here today. All right, so we have a rider who needs a favor, and someone out there will be able to help. If you have a medium-sized helmet, okay, listen, my heart goes out to you. This would be me as a junior. I forgot my shoes, yeah. But we have a rider who unfortunately doesn't have her helmet. If you have a medium helmet that would be race-worthy, let's get her taken care of. Great, there you go. That's how you do it. Boom, solved. Nice.
What do you mean release the hounds on?
You ever forget your helmet, Alexi? No, Alexi wouldn't. Yeah. All right, we are locked and loaded. This is not a drill. Trekkie is here. Good to see Brendan Johnston in our field. So, riders, we are staging now, calling to staging our elite men and elite women. As we Luke Lamperti, seeing that beautiful EF jersey. Luke is back. He's been back now in the United States for about a little over a week, having just ridden Paris-Roubaix. Levi has a really fun podcast.
How are you?
I haven't seen the Modern Adventure kit yet, but Cole Kessler, one of the riders that we talked about earlier as well, also doing Paris-Roubaix this year. Big, tall Wayne in the house. My season is officially started. Good to see you, Wayne. Everything is right in the world. And by the way, Levi, loving the podcast. If you haven't been listening to Levi and Cole, I haven't seen Cole yet. There he is. Hey, Cole, congratulations on your great Roubaix and your awesome energy. I did not realize you were so tall. Cole Kessler is a true joy for this sport. Modern Adventure is his team. He's from Newbury Park, California, and he just rode Paris-Roubaix a little over a week ago. So they have a podcast called Road Tales, and it is really cool hearing Levi and Cole chop it up. So seeing now more of the big names arriving. The energy is absolutely amazing here at Levi's Fondo. This is the third time that we've had the Growler. But this year it goes to an entirely different level. Yeah, there's just no way around having some pre-race nerves here. I have to say, even the spectators are nervous on a day like today. All right, I am fired up. We haven't had this energy here in California since 2019 when the Amgen Tour called it a career. Today, we are back and we are in full effect. The only thing missing from this race for me would be a Melissa Rollins start. Melissa is recovering now. It's only going to be a couple of months until she's back on top of podiums, but it's great to see her here supporting the men's and women's field. But one of the greatest stars in this sport, she and Kate Courtney, who I was talking about, broke that Leadville record last year, and the sport just elevated to a place that we never thought we would see it go. Well, today it is on like Donkey Kong as we welcome the top men and women from around the globe. Simon Payot is here, the Swiss monster, 13 years as a World Tour pro. And the Redlands Classic champion, Viva Mexico, Edel Frier taking the start. He actually just won Redlands a couple of weeks ago and going back to back there. Junior riders, we're asking you to leave behind the women as we are rapidly moving into race mode. And we are now 30 seconds away from... Can I get a little more volume? This is going to be your microphone? Not that one. Oh, do they have one for you? Yeah. Okay, good. If you're set, then good. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to beautiful Windsor, California, as we get ready to hit out what is going to be the most intense and brutal 138-mile bike ride in the history of mankind. Let's start by bringing up your back-to-back Growler champions, our apex predator. He is a 5-time Leadville Trail 100 winner, a 3-time Lifetime Grand Prix overall champion, and your reigning UCI Marathon Mountain Bike World Champion. It's time to meet the champ. Ladies and gentlemen, riding for Specialized, it's Keegan Swenson. That is an absolute monster. And now, the prodigal son returning to his home of Santa Rosa. Just a month and a half ago, he was leading Paris-Nice after winning Stage 1. He's won at the Czech Tour, the Tour of Japan, and just finished Paris-Roubaix. Meet the future of American cycling, riding for EF Education. This is Luke Lamperti. It is time to Canuck up as the People's Champion has arrived here in California. This Canadian has actually run a sub-4-minute mile, one of less than 2,000 human beings who ever done that. But his real claim to fame is a Tour de France stage win on Podium. Ladies and gentlemen, meet the Canadian champion. It's Mike Woods. We now go to the great continent of Africa for the multi-time South African national champion. He is a 4-time Cape Epic winner and has dominated at the Belgian Waffle Ride. Meet Big Sugar champion, Loud Gravel Worlds winner. This is Matt Beers. And now, ladies and gentlemen, let's meet the King Slayer. This is your 2025 U.S. Gravel National Champion. He just won in Spain at the Hills Gravel. The winner last week at the Sea Otter Classic. Ladies and gentlemen, meet Braden Lang. Oh my. Braden racing out of Marin, California. Well, this is going to be a memorable year. And a big part of that storyline is it's the final season of a true American champion. With 10 years on the World Tour, he rode 8 Grand Tours. In 2019, he completely changed this sport. A Belgian Waffle Ride winner, a Trocca 360 champion in his final season. Let's welcome the legend, Pete Stetina. And things really get international now, as I'll start with a rider who has completed 13 years on the World Tour, 4 Grand Tours, finishing second overall in the Lifetime Grand Prix. Meet the Swiss champ, always on time. It's Simon Peyo. And now, from Ensenada, Baja California, this man was a Tokyo Olympian representing Mexico. He just got done winning back-to-back Redlands Classics. Let's give a warm Windsor welcome to Eder Frier. And another absolute legend, former World Tour pro, Belgian Waffle Ride California champion. He's dominated at Iceman Cometh. 2 times he's been Lifetime Grand Prix runner-up. This is Alexi Vermeulen. Last year, he shocked the world here at Levi's Growler. At 19 years old, he finished on the podium in 3rd with a $10,000 check. He is back and in full effect with a top 5 ride at U.S. Pro Championships. Meet the future Marcus Shelton. And what a moment this will be. He was born in Santa Rosa, California. At 19, the youngest competitor in the Lifetime Grand Prix. He's been on the podium at Tour de Beauce and the Tour de Gila. Hometown hero. Let's welcome for modern adventure, Ian Lopez de San Roman. And another rider of note, just finishing his first Paris-Roubaix. He's been a U23 individual time trial champion. Let's give it up for Modern Adventures, Cole Kessler. Ladies and gentlemen, that is your men's field. Call the rest of the riders to the line now as we get a look at all of the gladiators of the road here. And now, If I could ask everyone to please rise. We're going to get this started.
We have a train that we're threading the needle with.
All right, riders, we're at 15 seconds to start. 15 seconds. All right, let's get ready to launch these guys into orbit. Here we go. We'll count them down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Andiamo! All right, we had a quick turnaround here. We're going to jump right in with our women now. As I will start with your defending champion, winning here in 2025. She's a 3-time U.S. Gravel National Champion. Let's bring up now Lauren Stevens. And next up, your 2024 Growler champion. She won by over 12 minutes. She's also won at Unbound. This is Lauren D. Crescenzo. Next up is a 3-time Lifetime Grand Prix winner, 2022 Unbound champ. She just won at Sea Otter last week. Let's bring up Argentinian Olympian Sofia Gomez Vichafanye. Next up, she was second at the Growler last year, only 19 seconds off the top step. Can't wait to see what this Redlands Classic champion can do. Let's meet Aliyah Shafi. She is a multi-time world champion, 2018 UCI mountain bike, last year's marathon. Let's bring up Leadville Trail 100 winner and course record holder. This is hometown hero Kate Courtney, riding for She Sends. How awesome to have Kate here. Next up will be the South African Road National Champion in 2021, Gravel National Champion in 2022, African Continental Champion now. This is South Africa's Haley Preen. Next up will be French-born but Arizona-raised. She won 3 stages at Oregon Trail. Meet Frenchwoman Cécile Lejeune. Former U.S. Alpine ski team member. She was the silver medalist at last year's Unbound. Second overall at Lifetime Grand Prix. This is Cecily Decker. Well, don't call it a comeback. This Big Sugar champion is ready to rip. Let's meet Trex Page Onweller. And racing out of New Zealand, this is going to be a national champion and an Oceania Marathon champion. Come on up, Samara Shepard. We're going to call the rest of our field to the line now. Well, we have assembled 2 absolutely amazing groups of gladiators here. Now, we will have a chance to turn down the music, ask everyone if you can please rise if you're able, remove your hats or helmets if possible, as it is now time to introduce with the national anthem of the United States of America, the one and only Ellie James. Ellie, I'll turn it over to you.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming? whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Ellie James, you are my hero, Ellie. That was amazing. All right, are you guys ready for some incredible bike racing? Let's get it on. Look at this women's field that we've assembled as we've entered the launch code. It was approved as we get ready. Larissa Connor's in our field as we get ready to launch in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Andiamo! Let's go, ladies. So your lead women's field is out on course now. Wow, Ellie James under pressure and everything, getting it done. All right, we're going to go ahead and bring our juniors up now en masse. You guys can take your spot here. Thank you. But I really want to note that Carlos and Levi's, everybody at Bike Monkey and Levi Leipheimer really has gone to bat for these junior fields. Now, they're going to be heading out. We got the older juniors and the younger junior groups. They're doing 2 different courses out here. But the future of the sport benefits greatly from having signature events like Levi's Fondo. And it is really encouraging to see this group of young people out here ready to go. So all right, so you guys can already check that box next to courage. It takes a lot to do a sport like this, especially in this environment. So good for you guys. Wow, CSIP Devout really well represented out here. CSIP, amazing family, actually. It's a person and a bike manufacturer. Actually, I would have to say bespoke handmade bikes is what CSIP is all about. And Devout is tremendous coffee. It's okay, guys, have a great race out there today. And ladies, I should say. It's a mixed field that we have assembled here. We were talking about Kate Courtney, the world champion racing in our women's field. She and her She Sends Foundation would be really encouraged to see these ladies lining up on the front row. There's been a tremendous effort. High school mountain bike racing really was born in Northern California. The NorCal League it's now a global phenomenon, but so many of the kids here in Northern California benefit from some really well-structured programs that help keep kids on bikes and keep kids on bikes for a long time. That looks like it could be Cole Kessler's old bike right in front of me here. No, but
Tom, it's rolling, but can you just...
It's a nice mix of young men and women in our 2 different strong junior fields here. We're going to get you guys out, I think. All right, so riders, we're right on time here. We're 30 seconds from start. Well, again, it takes a lot of courage to be a bike racer. You already have accomplished that, so we're playing with the house's money. Let's give our junior riders a nice send-off from right here in Windsor. In 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. Ignite engines. 3, 2, 1, and we're off. All right, that's the first of 2 junior fields that will be starting here this morning. Our next group will be out. You guys can roll up now to the line if you would like. All right, junior riders, come on up, as this will be our last group that we're starting here this morning. That was it. Okay, the whole thing. Okay. So we got our family ride coming up. That's in the distance now. That's on the horizon. It's 8 o'clock is our next start here.
really need to push, eh?
Sorry about that. Love to help you on it.
Show that through one.
bike to find its way into your life, usually someone has to present it to you in some way.
Good, eyes forward.
Adventure for All does this by helping incredible, deserving human beings break through barriers with bicycles.
I rode a bike for the first time without any help.
At Levi's GranFondo and Rebecca's Private Idaho, we totally celebrate this type of work in our communities. Anyone who teaches more people how to use the bike to connect with the world around them is a real champion.
right here. Right there. Yep. Yep, that's exactly where we were. Well, I had a direct
Yesterday I heard 2 minutes of it on the audio.
my gloves so bad.
They said it didn't get any warmer today. Got it.
bike to find its way into your life, usually someone has to present it to you in some way.
Good, eyes forward.
Adventure for All does this by helping incredible, deserving human beings break through barriers with bicycles.
I rode a bike for the first time without any help.
At Levi's GranFondo and Rebecca's Private Idaho, we totally celebrate this type of work in our communities. Anyone who teaches more people how to use the bike to connect with the world around them is a real champion.
The secret's out. Windsor is a gem hidden in plain sight. We're one of the last small towns in California, and we like it that way. But visitors, you're always welcome here. Filled with locally owned shops, tasting rooms, cafes, and restaurants. From fresh coffee and handcrafted chocolate to award-winning wine and global flavors. There's something here to satisfy every craving. Browse one-of-a-kind boutiques, meet the makers, and soak in the small-town vibe that makes Windsor feel like home. Then grab a lawn chair and head to the town green for live music and good company. In Windsor, you're not just passing through, you're part of the moment. Discover big experiences in a small town. This is classic California. Relaxed, approachable, and full of fun.
Just stick on this wheel. 3, 4. I can hang on. I'm almost there. 2 miles to the top.
Discover the art of winemaking at Skipstone Wines. Nestled in the heart of Sonoma County, our vineyard is a sanctuary where nature and craftsmanship unite. From sun-kissed vines to hand-selected grapes, every bottle tells a story of passion and perfection. Whether you savor our bold reds or delicate whites, Skipstone offers an experience that transcends the ordinary. Taste the essence of Sonoma, Skipstone Wines, where every sip is unforgettable.
They got till midnight to dump out all jealousy, all pettiness, all unforgiveness, all strife, all malice, all confusion, all blaming other people for your mistake. You got till midnight to get rid of every poison that's hindering you, every inflexibility that's stopping you from what God is about to pour into your life. Woe be unto you if you go into another year and waste another year with the old mentality while somebody's in the hospital begging God for the opportunity that you have right now. You better step into this moment. Lay your hands on your head and say, give me a new mind. Give me a new mind means give me a new perspective. Give me a new perspective. Give me a new way of looking at my situation. Give me a new way of looking at my circumstances. Get my mind ready for this year, because when I get this year, there's going to be blessings, there's going to be miracles, there's going to be opportunities. Oh yes, it's going to be some struggles, it's going to be some challenges, it's going to be some tests, but even the struggles are an opportunity for me to show off the victory if my mind can handle the change. I will rejoice. I will rejoice.
Hello and welcome to Levi's GranFondo. We're here in the heart of Sonoma County in Windsor, California. Two races that are stacked with talent for the elite men and the elite women's race, with a huge prize purse up for grabs. $25,000 for the winner in the elite men's race and $25,000 for the elite women's race. My name's Hannah Walker and I'm delighted to be joined in the commentary box by Levi Leipheimer for the live broadcast today. Welcome along to all of you who have been watching, keeping a close eye on things already since the races got underway at 7:15 local time here in Windsor and 7:20 for the women's race. Levi, it's a great pleasure to be here for the second year, and it gives me a great honour and pleasure to be joined by you today for the broadcast. Welcome along.
Well, thank you. We are extremely honored to have you back, Hannah, and we're missing Matt Stevens this year, so I'm going to try to do my best and fill in for him. But so far we've been watching what's happening in the race, and it's already been exciting, and I can't wait to start talking about it.
It has, and the route is so unforgiving, isn't it? It's one of the hardest, most toughest one-day races in North America, but it's a beautiful race. Let's take a look at what to expect and what the riders have to take on. Let's take a look at the route, Levi.
Yeah, so as you can see, we're here in Northern California, about an hour's drive north of San Francisco in the beautiful town of Windsor. And as you can see below, the profile is quite daunting. It actually doesn't do it justice. But as we start off heading west from Windsor, it's generally pretty flat as we follow the Russian River out to towards the coast. And just before we get to the coast, we start heading north towards the infamous King Ridge Road, which is really a crown jewel of road riding in Northern California. And from there, we head out onto Skaggs, which brings us back towards the valley, into Sonoma Valley. And then as we head towards the final critical key part of the course that goes up to the high point of the course, the geysers. And then it's a fast descent back down. And it's still a little ways to the finish, and that's important tactically for these guys. And that little bump you see right there has decided the race in the last couple of years as we head back into Windsor.
It's so unforgiving, and when you take a look at that profile, like you say, it doesn't do it justice. There's so many false flats. It's really arduous, this kind of course, and so you've got to really be mindful of how you race, what your tactic is coming into the race, keeping a close eye on things for the breakaways. We come to the elite women. You can see Sofia Gomez in that red jersey for Specialized. Also in the group is the current mountain bike marathon world champion Kate Courtney, sitting in fifth wheel currently in that navy blue jersey, just reaching into her pockets there on the center of the screen. But you've got to be really mindful of how you race here.
Oh, absolutely. This is a big distance, especially for women's road racing. This is above the normal UCI limit, so that obviously has to be taken into account. And we've seen that they give a lot of respect to this course, and it's going to slowly unfold as the day goes on.
Let's take a little look back as to how both races got underway. Already starting earlier on this morning, there's been plenty of action. Levi, let's take a little look. Getting underway in Windsor, it was a brilliant start. A bit chilly for the riders, also for them. Of course, it's self-supported. We had a fantastic national anthem as well.
Yeah, we've had colder mornings in the past. It actually wasn't too bad, and these guys were ready to go. So, we watched the coverage right from the beginning, and the men were on it right away. There was some aggressive riding, a lot of attacks, and eventually, as you're going to see, we're going to see a very formidable breakaway happen with some extremely dangerous riders that can go all the way.
Just to run through some of the riders there who are key riders to watch out for: Keegan Swenson, the winner of the last two editions; Luke Lamperti, the local rider for EF Education, Easy Post. Great to see that he's made the trip back home and can race here at the Levi's GranFondo and race the Growler this year. The breakaway went away with several riders represented. It took a little while for them to get themselves cohesive, get themselves organised at one point. You can see They're really wanting to try and push things on. By the looks of things, that is Caleb just on the front there. But then they started to get a considerable gap.
Yeah, and that's a very sizable group. It would soon get whittled down as they hit King Ridge and the steep slopes that are quite daunting, obviously. But I can tell you, we've got some very strong riders in here, which we will see very soon.
I was spotting Cole Kessler, who had made it into that group as well for Modern Adventure Pro Cycling. But it's such a sizable group behind. In total, 87 riders taking on this massive challenge. One non-starter, just to give you that information, that's Tyler Williams, sadly breaking his collarbone at Redlands last weekend. So that's one less rider in the field.
Yeah, and it's actually a key rider not to have in the group, because he was somebody who, he knows these roads well, he lives here, very good bike handler, and tactically very astute, and was sort of the glue last year that held it together for a while. So not having him here, I think, opens the door a little bit. And that this is the thing with this race, it's not dominated by teams, and if a group gets up the road, it's a big unknown whether they'll be brought back or not.
And when they get a considerable gap, because we saw the time gap at 1 minute and 45 seconds, and it was consistently growing, as we see the two local riders here, Luke Lamperti in that pink jersey, along with Ian Lopez, who we saw very, very active a year ago, actually. Changed teams. He was racing with the Continental team of EF Education last year, now with Modern Adventure Pro Cycling in that maroon jersey.
And you can see right here, this is what makes this course really challenging. This is not your typical road riding, smooth roads. This is nearly mountain bike. I like to call it single track for the road bike. There's not a lot of braking traction right here. This camera angle doesn't even do it justice. This is a 20% descent, and it's very technical.
We already saw a couple of riders really struggling with that descent because it is so hard, but you could see as well those who are really comfortable with the roads, and those who are locals or have ridden the descent, how comfortable they look. There's Pete Stetner looking comfortable. Great to see him back for another year. There's Matt Beart, 4th place last year, and of course a real important teammate to Keegan Swenson.
Alexi Vermeulen. Last week's winner, Braden Lang, looking really comfortable. Keegan Swenson, the defending champion. Yeah, so far. Oh, and now we are with the women's start.
They got underway just shortly after 7:20 local time. Brilliant to see the support that had come out to cheer on the riders as they got underway. You can see Cécile Lejeune, the French rider, comes from the suburbs of Paris. Oh, and they took a little wrong turn here. Whether that was a stop for a nature break.
I think it was, yeah. And somebody seemed to up the pace there. But I believe that's Cecile back on the front, right?
Yeah, Cécile Lejeune back on the front there. But a good opportunity to take that chance to make a quick stop, have a nature break while the pace wasn't really on, and do it sooner rather than later.
And I think this is where Cecily Decker actually gets pretty close. She gets away on a descent we saw for a second.
Yeah, we did. It was Sofia Gomez who was bringing her back, so clearly saw that Decker was a threat to the rest of the pack, and especially on this real
Here it is.
hard section on the descent.
She's ripping that road. Great bike handling by Cecily.
Do you think she got to a point here where she realised, actually, maybe I wanted a couple more riders to come with me, and maybe I should hold back a little bit?
I do. I think that this point was 100 miles to go, 160 kilometers to go, and that can feel a little bit daunting, right, to head out on your own. But I think that was the most action we saw in the women so far. Again, I think that they're all playing the long game and waiting for the geysers.
Definitely a very, very hard climb to come. A little bit of discussion between Gomez and Decker there. Gomez in the red jersey for Specialized. Don't forget, this race is incredibly demanding, incredibly long, 138 miles, 14,000 meters, 14,000 feet of elevation, 222 kilometers of racing, 4,267 meters, if that is the metric that you work in. So incredibly demanding, really tough, a lot of elevation and some tricky rows to have to contend with. This was the descent that we saw in the men's race, the women just taking it on there. And you can see Kate Corney never too far away from the front either. Great to see that the mountain bike marathon world champion is here and the former cross-country Olympic world champion is here.
This is our junior only start, so they're racing between two routes, a 60-miler and an 80-miler. Can't wait to see how that happens, how that plays out.
It's so important for the juniors to have the racing as well, and
Yeah.
for them to have that opportunity and have a standalone race.
Absolutely. That, you know, it's a stepping stone to join the elites here that we see now one day. I think now we're back live with the men's lead. And as you can see, we have Brennan Wirtz, Corey Davis, Simon Pilot, Luca Dreschler, Cole Kessler, and Caleb Clausen from Project Echelon. So very dangerous group. I mean, Simon Pilot was second in Unbound last year, right? So to give this group, at one point they had 3 minutes, and I think we've seen Matt Beers already do a lot of work to close that down to which is, what is that showing, 16 seconds now, or a minute 16, sorry. So Matt Beers, I think on his own took a minute and a half out of that gap on one climb.
And he's really having to sacrifice himself, isn't he?
I think
Matt
so.
Beers. Whereas
Yeah.
last year they were in a great situation between himself and Swenson, and it was a first and fourth place for the Specialized duo. Whereas this year he's having to use a lot of energy, because this was a real threat, a real danger group, especially when you've got Simon Palou, the rider at the back of this group here, number 29 in that green jersey, the Swissman from Matignon. He's been a professional road rider. He raced with Tudor Pro Cycling. He's He's excellent at these long distances, and he's combining his road career still with one of the top Chinese professional road teams with Leaning Star. He's been doing a lot of racing with them last year and this year, but then also combining what he wants to do with gravel and the Levi's GranFondo here.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's super cool that he's still willing to dip his toe in quote-unquote road race. I mean, this is not your typical road race, so I think he understands that this fits what he's doing, and obviously he's out here for blood. He's given it everything he's got.
He's one, he doesn't often like to follow the norm, even when he was racing in a WorldTour team with Tudor, a pro team with Tudor Pro Cycling. He often liked to go over to Colombia, spend a long period of time at altitude training and do his own thing, really. As we see them come off that descent, and the pace has never really relented in this leading group here.
Yeah, but it's interesting because that gap is down to 17 seconds now. I can confirm that's correct. And, you know, as they're coming back into the valley here in Sonoma County, they're going to hit this personal aid station in about a mile where there is personal support. There's also neutral bottles for anyone who doesn't have personal support out there. But it looks to me like the group behind is going to catch these guys, which is interesting because last year, Marcus Shelton and Con McDunphy, they got away right after this personal aid station coming up because it's a bit of a period through the valley where it's flatter and everybody starts to look at each other again, and it's a great opportunity for another break to go once they catch these guys.
Back in the women's race, this is number 16. We've already seen she was quite active earlier on. This is Kate Ryan from Texas in the United States.
Yeah, I believe she is...
she's back off the front again.
Yeah. That's what we're being told. We didn't see that happen, but that's great to see. This is Lauren Stevens' teammate, so this could be a tactical play in that team. Obviously, Lauren Stevens is the defending champion. She brought a couple teammates this year, and it might be time to open up the throttle and put everybody to the test.
Yeah, definitely. How does that change things when you've got a situation where you've got teammates and you're able to utilize the teammates?
It's a big advantage because not everyone has teammates, and the one neutralizing factor is how hard this course is. As we just saw, like Matt Beers took 1.5 minutes out of the breakaway by himself because there's so much climbing. And if people form alliances, self-interests align, and things are constantly evolving on the road, as we say.
Let's see how much time Ryan can take on this section of the course. She's looking really comfortable, solid in the upper body as well.
Yeah, it'd be great to.
Feeling really, really important throughout the race from start to finish, even in the build-up. Let's take a look at the aid station, the Scratch Labs Dante at aid station.
That would be awesome. Thank you guys so much.
Did you throw down your jacket? I didn't see it.
Okay, this is the personal aid station at Lake Sonoma I was talking about, where riders are allowed to have their personal support, grab a musette bag with their personal nutrition and bottles and anything they might need. But that's the only one on course. The rest are all neutral.
And this is really interesting, and we saw this last year, didn't we, Levi, where this is self-supported, so you've got to carry everything, all of your nutrition, your bottles, have everything prepared. As we saw earlier on, it was a little bit cooler as the days got on. It's gotten to around 13 degrees. Very little wind, so that doesn't really play much of a factor. But a good opportunity at that personal aid station to discard of any unwanted clothing as well.
Yeah.
And make sure you can get rid of your gilet, your rain cape. We saw some in long sleeves earlier on.
Yeah, you start with a vest, a wind vest at least, or some arm warmers. That's a great place to dump them. Yeah, we're working on trying to get a time gap here for the lead female. We're going back to Lake Sonoma, I think.
Perfect. Yo, this is Dante with Scratch Labs down at the feed zone at Lake Sonoma. Sweeping up sweet hydration. The men's group just came through ripping, and it's about to get chaotic here. Beautiful day.
Yeah, here we're back with the lead men, and it looks like Cole Kessler and Caleb Clausen have broken away from the rest of the break. They've got a bit of a lead. So, yeah, I think that they sense that opportunity I was talking about. That chase group is going to catch the rest of the breakaway, and most importantly, Simon Pelot, and that's going to, I think, take a lot of the firepower out of that group and give these guys another chance to build a lead. I'll try to stay objective, but as you know, Cole's my boy, and we do a podcast together, so I'm rooting for him.
It's a cracking podcast. I was telling you earlier on, Cole really makes me laugh.
Yeah,
he's
good guy.
A cracking lad, and this kind of course, he's such a tall rider as well. And so this is not easy for those tall riders, the likes of Brennan Wirtz as well. It's really, really difficult for them on such a tough, demanding parkour.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, Cole was a little nervous about that, but I'm like, yeah, man, you're doing Paris-Roubaix, you're going to be just fine. Like, and obviously he is. He has a real knack for getting in the breakaway. He's been in a lot of breakaways this year. He's got a great sense for it. And here he is again in the break.
And he's got a good breakaway companion with Caleb Carson, the 24-year-old from Bakersfield as well. They're working well together.
Very small lead. 7 seconds is what we're hearing. So,
how important was it for the remainder of the breakaway to anticipate that group?
I think
coming and
it
joining
was
them.
important, especially because they're most worried about Simon Pelot, I would guess. And, you know, once they catch him, they're somewhat satisfied for the moment. So these guys do have a chance. We'll see if they can eke out a little more time, though. As Cole looks back and susses it out. It looks like they've been caught.
Brennan Wirtz still there in that navy blue jersey, the purple bike, number 2 here. And this is Marcus Shelton, 3rd place 1 year ago. Great to see
Trying to
Shelton
do the exact
back up.
same move he did last year. This is exactly where he snuck away last year.
Luke Lamperti at the back here in the pink jersey of EF Education Easy Post. First time for Luke racing the elite men's race, but he's no stranger, is he, to Levi's GranFondo. I heard an amazing story about Luke yesterday, that when you and him were having a discussion at the Skipstone event, he did the 100-mile course when he was 9 years old.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Wow.
9 years old, and you know, it was evident very early on that he had a lot of talent. He was going to someday win races like a stage in Paris-Nice, like he did this year. It was really great for us to see. I'm super proud of him, and I couldn't be happier for him. And it's amazing to have him here racing the Growler on his home roads in this event to showcase what American road racing can be.
Really, really important now. There's no Amgen Tour of California, Tour of Utah, all the other big professional races no longer on the calendar. So important to have races like this and the Growler. Get into the rhythm. A little bit of music. Great from Ryan. Still in good spirits. Be great to get a time gap on Kate Ryan and just to see what the advantage is over the chasing group behind. Well, if we hear from the camera operator there, 2 minutes.
Yeah.
2 minutes. That is a significant gap for Kate Ryan.
It is, and yeah, I'm seeing that. I'm seeing 1 minute 58 seconds to be exact, but close enough.
A really, really strong performance so far from...
And now we see the women's chase. And it's, you know, they're definitely chasing hard. This is a climb on Skaggs. It's like kind of the first climb on Skaggs Road, and it's not super steep. It's long. It takes about 20 minutes for the men going really fast, so a little longer here for the women. So it's a significant climb. And this is where we saw Matt Beers cut the men's lead group in half. So it's going to be very interesting to see what happens right here.
And what we hadn't seen in that men's race, Levi, the gap had actually grown to over 3 minutes at that point as well.
Right.
And so really important to, if you do want to try and close a dangerous move or a dangerous breakaway, that this is a good opportunity to do so.
Yeah, and then again after this, it's they're super fast descents straight into very steep climbs. It's very unrelenting. And that's where I think Matt and Keegan probably did some work to bring that men's lead group back. From what I've been seeing, I think that the rest of the men are relying on those two to do the work, which makes a lot of sense. Defending champion, big favorite. You got to roll the dice and make the others do the work sometimes.
Jen Tarvey, number 18 in that pink jersey at the back of this group. Other riders to mention who are in the race. You've got Lauren Stevens, the defending champion, the 39-year-old two-time former Pan Am road race champion. Alia Shafi is here, Sofia Gomez. We've also seen Lauren De Crescenzo. She was in a little bit of trouble earlier on, actually. Distance, and then was yo-yoing on and off the back, but then managed to come, which was a bit of a surprise, but she looks okay now.
Yeah, I think she has that reputation, that style of sometimes just going her own speed and grinding that big gear, but she can do it all day long.
And this is the perfect kind of course. If you can go all day long and you've got that diesel engine, this is the perfect type of course.
Exactly. You just wear your competition down.
Other riders, Cécile Lejeune, the 28-year-old French rider from the suburbs of Paris, Flavia Oliveira, who's been up there 5th place a couple of years ago. Holly Breck, we've also seen Hayley Breen, 6th place at Sea Otter a week ago. Samara Shepherd, the Australian, used to race for the professional team from the Basque Country, Vizcaya Durango, now firmly focusing herself in gravel racing and these longer road races.
Yeah, it looks like the men are all together as they head towards the geysers. It's gonna seems like a little bit of a truce here. So I'm anticipating a big explosion on the geysers, especially the last mile where it gets really steep. But that's still a long ways to go. And you know, we saw last year Alexi tried to attack at the top of the geysers, and I talked to him this morning and I said, "What do you after riding the event last year for the first time? What's your takeaway for this year?" And he's like, "Don't attack." He said it's a long ways to go, and oh, what's going on here? Maybe Matt and Keegan stopped for a nature break or something. Maybe they had a mechanical, but it looks like they're going to come back no problem.
It's invaluable, isn't it, for Keegan Swenson to have someone like Matt Beers who can just be his right-hand man.
Exactly.
To assist him for whatever he needs, keep him sheltered.
Yeah, cut the lead group in half. Matt Beers is quite the super domestique, let's put it that way. And, I wouldn't be surprised if he makes it over the geysers with the lead group still, even after all the work he's done and bringing Keegan back here. He's just another diesel that can go all day, and, his power and his accolades are legendary, and it's going to be really interesting to see what happens. Right now they're on Dutcher Creek. It's a small little bump as they head across the valley. And again, it looks like everybody's called a truce, which surprises me. This is a good opportunity for someone to get a head start on the geysers. I'm not sure if everyone's feeling the effects of Matt Beers' efforts on Skaggs or not.
I was just going to ask you that. Do you think the fact that the race has been pretty stressful already, the fact that you've got a very strong breakaway that's got over 3 minutes, and it's been pretty tense and intense, the fact that there's some really good riders up front, you've got to bring it back, and the pace has just been relentless. I mean, from the very beginning, seeing the different various breakaways try and form, and then we had the main breakaway that established itself. For a lot of riders, the fatigue no doubt will be starting to set in as well.
Yeah, we started with almost 90 men, and you can see it's down to, I don't know, does that look like 40, 45 men? So the attrition is already set in, and I'm sure that guys who are not on the best day, they're definitely feeling it by now. And I think, the gap of the lead woman there, Kate, has is about 1:11 over the chase. So she has lost some time on that long climb I was talking about, which I think is very predictable. It's an opportunity for someone behind to chase hard and not give too much an advantage to everyone in her wheel.
This climb, though, is deceptive, isn't it? You see it on the camera shot and the angle, and you think, oh, it doesn't look too bad, but it's deceptively hard.
Well, this one, of all the climbs out there, this one is maybe the quote-unquote easiest. It never gets too steep. But
easiest of the hard ones.
Yeah, exactly. They're about to hit the really hard part of Skaggs after this.
Still keeping a nice rhythm, Ryan, on the right-hand side, still holding just over that minute gap. For equipment, how different is this for a lot of these riders? What do they have to try and opt for? Maybe different gear ratios, tyre widths? What's the general consensus of what these riders want to opt for?
Yeah, I've talked to a lot of them, asking them those very questions, and I would say that everyone is on a 30 to a 32 millimeter road tire, not the lightest, fastest tire out there, because those tend to be a little more fragile. And as you can see, these roads have a lot of character, and this is a self-supported event, so everyone is erring on a more durable tire that has a lot more flat protection. Everybody's carrying a saddlebag. There are no team cars. This is a throwback to the Tour de France in its early days. Gearing, you have to have a wide spread. Nowadays we have chain rings that are like a 54:37, but in the back is like a 10:33. Some guys even more than that. I know Corey Davis, who was in the break earlier, he's running a 1 today, which I think is very brave.
Yeah, absolutely. You and I discussed this yesterday about riders running a 1 and making sure that they've got the ratio and having the correct gears for some of these difficult climbs, and in particular the geysers.
Yeah, well, there are sections of Skags where it's really nice wide road and smooth, and to pedal at those speeds you need a really big chainring in the front, whereas King Ridge Road, you're doing a sustained section of 15 to 20% for 8 minutes at a time. Oof. So yeah, you
makes my legs hurt thinking about it.
Yeah, you have to have a very wide range of gearing.
Yeah, definitely.
And thankfully nowadays with 12 and even 13 speed and a 2 in the front, that's very possible.
Why do you think the change has started to come in with so many riders, especially in the World Tour, professional riders, and here opting to go for a 1 What's the benefit?
Well, I think what made it possible is the continuing increase of cogs in the back. Like, I don't know if anyone really remembers, but it started off as 5 speed.
Yeah.
And now we're up to 12 and 13 speed. So that has made it possible in a lot of races, not all of them, but a lot of them, to go to that single chainring, which, you get rid of your front derailleur. It's another thing that can and has gone wrong in the past. It cuts a little bit of weight. It's a tiny bit more aerodynamic, and it makes things simpler. So a race, like Paris-Roubaix that just happened. Oh, we see some more action in the men's race. I believe that's John Borselman. He was actually dropped from the breakaway, came back, and now he's attacking again. So a lot of fighting spirit from him. I love to see it.
Really, really trying to take his opportunity to get off the front on that fast right-hand corner down the descent.
Yeah, I see Kate is finally climbing out of the valley below, and you can see the expanse of the area behind her.
There's been some wonderful drone shots, hasn't there?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, it's been
amazing.
Absolutely fantastic to see the beautiful countryside.
Oh, and I think I see Ian Lopez trying to come across to him. Local boy. So this is what I'm talking about. I think this is a great opportunity to get a head start on the geysers. The geysers starts very undulating, twisty. You can get out of sight really quickly. It doesn't really kick up for real for a while into that canyon. So we'll see some more action.
When the riders get to the geysers, you've already been climbing for a long time before you get to the base of the climb, the official base of the climb.
Yeah, exactly. The geysers are such a cool road. It's it's got a lot of character, like I said, super narrow. You got to keep your wits about you and pay attention to the road, the cracks and gravel pieces, and left and right, up and down, little descents that are technical. And it's a great opportunity to gain time on the peloton that's looking at each other. Back behind you've got Keegan and Pete and Luke. They're looking at each other. So a guy like, I believe that's Ian there on the front.
Looks like Ian.
Yeah.
Also looks like Logan Unger in that pinkish jersey.
And Marcus Shelton? Is that Marcus?
Yeah, that is. It is.
He's repeating last year.
The rider who took 3rd place 1 year ago is looking to try and break away and get up the road and put himself in a position where he can get back onto the podium.
Oh, and now we look. Kate is being caught by the chase, the women's chase.
For a long, long period of time, it's been the same rider on the front trying to bring Kate Ryan back here. But every now and then you can see another rider has been ejected out of the back of that group. And for the majority, and this is how the women's race has gone, where it's been hard to get off the front. And as Kate Ryan has just shown, really hard to stay away from the group, but it's a case of riders just being ejected one by one out of the group just because of the sheer pace and the difficulty. There's
defending champion Lauren Stevens. She always looks so relaxed on the bike. Kate Courtney behind her. Haley Preen, she's been looking really good so far in the coverage this morning.
It must have such an effect on riders who are returning for the second or third year to race the Growler, because you know what to expect, you know the route, you can learn from potentially some mistakes that you made last year or 2 years ago, and you can put it to right this year around, and so you've got that added advantage.
Exactly, like exactly what Alexi was telling me this morning. He learned a lot from last year. He just needs to be a little more patient, according to what he said this morning.
It's easier said than done sometimes, though, isn't it? When you get
absolutely.
excited and you know you've got to try and remain patient. As we see, looks as though
it looks
Cole
like
Kessler.
Cole again. Maybe they caught that group that was away.
Yeah, it looks as though the 4 riders have been caught. Cole Kessler in this maroon jersey of Modern Adventure Pro Cycling going off the front. Could be Marcus Shelton, who is coming across once again and seeing the danger from the tall, rangy American rider, only 22 years of age. Is it Brennan? Yeah, you're right.
Those are 2 diesels.
Well, while we see these 2 riders try and forge an advantage, don't go anywhere.
Yeah,
we'll throw to a quick breakaway. Quick break.
For the bike to find its way into your life, usually someone has to present it to you in some way.
Good, eyes forward.
Adventure for All does this by helping incredible, deserving human beings break through barriers with bicycles.
I rode a bike for the first time without any help.
At Levi's GranFondo and Rebecca's Private Idaho, we totally celebrate this type of work in our communities. Anyone who teaches more people how to use the bike to connect with the world around them is a real champion.
Yeah, it's Cole Kessler and Brennan Wirtz.
2 incredibly strong riders on the flat roads, and you can see they're going to be cohesive together. Brennan Wirtz, both of these riders already been in the early days breakaway, managed to get themselves over that climb, still looking really, really good. And this is similar scenarios to what we saw a year ago, Levi, where we saw Brennan Wirtz in that breakaway.
Yeah, actually, I don't think he made it this far with the main group. He was very aggressive in the beginning last year, but he ended up getting left behind on Skag. So he's riding really well this year. I'd love to see it. Part of this team Skipstone. Yeah, this is a great duo to have up the road. It looks like they've got about 15 seconds over the chase group.
How different is it for riders like Cole Kessler, like Luke Lamperti, where ordinarily they're racing with their professional teams, where they have a mechanic to take care of their bike, they've got a soigneur who can give them a pre-race massage the day before, also make all of their race food, make sure that they've got all of their gels, the bars, the bottles made up. You've got a sports director who can give you the tactic of the day. You've got your bus driver, you'll get into your bus, you'll be driven to the start of a race. Whereas this is totally unsupported. How different is that for a rider to manage?
Yeah, I mean, this is where the gravel guys like Keegan and Pete, Lexi, they have an advantage over someone like Luke, who isn't in the habit, in the practice of organizing that and calculating everything for themselves. Not to say he can't, but it is a bit of a shock when you're out of practice. And I think you were having a discussion with Luke yesterday about that exact topic. What did he say?
Yeah, he was having to almost go back to when he was a youth rider, junior rider, and saying how different it was, because you get so used to your team personnel within your professional setup taking care of you, and so you save all of that mental energy to really focus on the race, where he was thinking, I actually need to think about what time do I need to leave in the morning from home, how long is it going to take, where am I going to park, how many gels do I need to take, because I need to make sure that I've got enough so that it can take me through the duration of the race. Make sure that I've got someone in the personal feed zone that the riders have already been and passed through, but make sure that you keep on top of your fueling as well.
Yeah, you know, I thinking about it, I think it's actually good practice to do that once in a while, because you should still be paying attention, even on a World Tour team, and you've got everyone doing things for you. You still need to be responsible for yourself, and I think you learn that as you become more of a veteran. But yeah, I think this is a good exercise for Luke, and it'll pay off in the long run.
Definitely. For Luke, he's come into this after completing a pretty busy Spring Classics campaign with EF Education Easy Post. Came back from Paris-Roubaix, and then he's home for three and a half weeks or so. But in the build-up to this, he's come in a little bit under the weather. He said he's been a little bit sick post-Classics, which is no surprise after such a heavy Classic season and with several months of racing under the belt. But he's looking good, isn't he? And he was looking really comfortable earlier on. Here he is in that pink jersey. He knows exactly how he needs to try and race this conservatively, and the riders that he needs to watch out for as well.
Yeah, I mean, when it really comes down to it, they need to drop Luke. If they don't drop Luke over the geysers, they have a really big problem on their hands. But he told me that he just took a week off the bike after Roubaix. He's a little bit sick. He just needed a break. He's been on form since the Tour Down Under in Australia in January. You know, he's most likely going to be in the Tour de France. So now is the time for him to take a break. He just took that break. So today's a big unknown. Like, he could be super fresh and just have a great day, or he could just kind of run out of energy in the end because he hasn't been riding as much. See Alexi and Matt having a discussion.
42 seconds is the advantage for the two riders out front, Kessler and Wirtz.
I think they were joined by Logan Unger, right? So 3 strong guys in the front. And the lead is increasing. So, you know, they're going to need probably a couple of minutes a lead before the real crux of the geysers climb to get ahead and at least not get dropped on the way up. They may get caught again, obviously, but that'll make it interesting. If they can get over the geysers, here we see the lead. They can get over the geysers, and the next best group comes up to them, like Keegan and Alexi and whoever else is there. It's going to make it very interesting in the final.
Logan Ungen has been keeping his powder dry earlier on, not getting involved in lots of the politics and the different chases that were going on earlier on, and he's been looking really good, strong. He's seen that Kessler and Wirtz are a dangerous duo that potentially he could get up the road and get that head start on the geysers.
He looks really good on the bike. You know, it's a local team speed block Tarun. Like, great to see him riding so well, and I like what I see from him right now.
Great pedaling style as well from Logan Ungen in that pinkish jersey, number 41.
And now this is the official start of Geysers Road, and you can see it's a piece of gravel here. It's technical, it's twisty, it's narrow, and they're obviously out of sight. 51 seconds, and it's left and right and up and down, but the real climbing doesn't start for a while still.
And you can see far better to be on the right-hand side. How much of an advantage do you get when you're in a breakaway like this? You're a trio, you can pick your line where you want on this gravel section on the lower slopes of the geysers, as opposed to being in the peloton, in the bunch behind, trailing 51 seconds, where you've got far more riders in the group.
Exactly, yeah. If you're not paying attention, you're too close to the wheel, and you can end up hitting a pothole and flatting. So it is, you know, you save more energy in the group, but exactly what you said, up front, your vision is better, you have a better view of the road, and you're getting ahead of the game. You know, you're ahead of the 8 ball here, and these guys have to catch you. That's a good position to be in. And we see Payson McIlvain, his first time on the Fondo. I know he was excited to see what it's all about. I mean, this group has been whittled down to the strongest riders. It's going to be really interesting to see what happens.
Alexa Vermeulen's in the group still, as is Kent Ross, number 77 in that green jersey on the far left-hand side. Number 28, that's Nathaniel Martin in the pink jersey at the back. 86.
Yeah, Logan's teammate. Love these roads, full of character. I've spent so much of my life training on these roads, and it's really great to see these guys out here and enjoying it as well.
What is it about this route and this area and this county that makes racing and riding, training, being here so special?
I mean, when I moved to Sonoma County in 1996, I was blown away. It took me years, literally years, to ride all of the roads and to learn the roads, and that process was just it was a lifetime experience I'll always remember. Just every day's an adventure. I would love to just the night before kind of in my head figure out where I was going to go and where I was going to fit in my training, and it was a joy. It really was.
And because there's so many roads and so many beautiful roads, brilliant training roads, you never get bored of riding the same loops because every day can be different.
Absolutely. I've ridden this road here in sideways rain and 100-degree heat and dense fog, and with so many people in my career that so many good memories. And this place inspired me to push myself and to become a better rider, and I owe a lot to Sonoma County and the community that helped me in my career.
It's a very, very special community, and you've given me an opportunity to see a glimpse of what it's like. That is absolutely stunning. What a shot. Just take that in. Look at the countryside.
Yeah, and they're already over a minute, so that's promising for an exciting finale.
Well, they've given themselves, 15, 16 seconds extra on top of that, just down to the fact that they've been really cohesive here in this leading trio over the geysers.
Oh, man.
Wow.
Our drone operators are doing an amazing job.
What a fantastic shot. No wonder you spent all of your career and your time here, because it's absolutely stunning. What a wonderful place to be, and what a beautiful setting. But for these riders, no time to take it all in.
No, it's never like that. They're locked in, they're focused, they're on the limit, and that's the way they love it. Yeah, these guys look good. Cole's got Paris-Roubaix in the legs just, a week, 2 weeks ago. He's strong. It's good to see the Modern Adventure team coming up, another American team that has a big percentage of Americans on the team, and I think they're going to succeed and climb the ranks, and hopefully we see them in the Tour de France one day.
When you see the racing program that Cole Kessler has done already this season, starting his season off in Saudi Arabia in the Lula Tour, then to the UAE Tour in his first World Tour race of the year, a long day in the breakaway at Kuurne Brussels Kuurne into Nokkerekoers, GP Denan, another day in the breakaway, and then culminating his classic season with Paris-Roubaix, where the team were exceptional, but having that distance in the legs is only going to help today.
I think so, yeah. I mean, I know it was extremely fast Roubaix, and so you could say, well, it was only 5.5 hours or whatever it was, but I mean, imagine Paris-Roubaix at 49 kilometers an hour. Yeah, that sets you up pretty well for just about any race in the world. I know that he was worried about the fact that this has 4,200 meters of climbing, but, I think he's going to be just fine.
It's more than manageable for the 22-year-old.
Great shot here to see the dynamics, what's playing out. It's Matt's in the middle, Keegan's up front, marking Luke. I can't quite tell who that is pulling, but Pete's in second wheel. Alexi's up there.
Brendan Johnson
Brendan Johnson, yeah. Is that Marcus Shelton on the front, I think? Could be. Oh, good. We're seeing the women. It's been a while. It looks like they're all together. Cecile, Haley Preen, Kate Courtney. Oh.
She looks like she's in a bit of pain and discomfort here, Kate Courtney. She doesn't look comfortable at all.
You know, I know I saw her post, she just got that road bike. It's a brand new road bike from Allied that came out. I just wonder if she had much time to get it dialed in. That can be a big factor if you're not used to that bike and it's not set up just perfectly.
And this course is a course where you're constantly on the pedals.
I mean, you're either on the pedals or you're off the pedals, but when you're on the pedals, you're really on the pedals. Yeah.
And if you're off the pedals, you're descending, so you've got to concentrate in full flow.
And you know, a road bike is a bit different geometry than a mountain, obviously a mountain bike, but even a gravel bike. So it takes the different motor skills that if you're not used to it, it can be draining actually. Cecily looks really good on the front. I like how smooth and relaxed she is.
She's got a brilliant pedaling style, hasn't she?
Yeah.
So solid in the upper body. Looks really in control. Sofia Gomez in that red jersey. 3rd place 1 year ago. She really wants to try and win this now, doesn't she?
Is this Jen Tave or Kira? I can't quite see the number. Looks like she might be coming back, actually.
Yeah, by the looks of things in the inroads.
Some of these descents out here are really fast and can actually be pretty scary if you're not used to it. So I don't know if she got dropped on one of the descents or... Lauren Stevens looks very relaxed. Sophia looks relaxed. That Paige is on the back. You know, Paige has been having some issues lately. She took the day off yesterday, completely off because she wasn't feeling right. I think she had like a bee sting or something before Sea Otter, so she's still recovering from that. You know, that can really throw your immune system off and throw your body out of whack. So it's good to see her still there. I talked to her this morning on the start line, and she was really unsure how far she was going to make it. So happy to see her this deep into the race with the leaders.
Sarah Lang taking over the pacemaking at the front, number 13. Just on a wheel is Alia Shafi, 2nd place a year ago, behind Lauren Stevens. We see Lauren Stevens still wrapped up, still got the buff on, still got the gilet on. There's one rider just making it back into the bunch.
And is that Samara Shepard there, number 30?
Yeah, Samara with the black sleeves, the white gilet on, wind vest. Now we start to see Logan Unger start to be distanced from Cole Kessler and Brennan Wirtz.
That's surprising. Maybe...
we didn't see maybe what had happened before, because it looks as though, as you say, Levi, he's actually coming back. So maybe he suffered a slight issue.
Yeah,
because
or maybe he just had to take a break there for a second. We didn't see it. But it's showing still they have more than a minute. Minute and 9 seconds I'm seeing. Brennan looks great today. I love to see it.
What's changed? What's changed for him over the winter and into this season?
I don't know. That's a good question. we're definitely going to find out after the race, because he's on a great day. Super nice guy. Got to spend time with him in Switzerland last year. Fari Diner, you know, our presenting sponsor with Skipstone, put together a team of 6 of us. It was Brennan, myself, Corey Davis, Fari, a couple other guys, and it was a 500-kilometer race where we had to keep swapping off and have 3 people on the road at once. And I tell you, Brennan and Corey really made me suffer. But super nice guy. Couldn't say enough nice things about him. And you can see now, look at that. There's no urgency in this group. They are not on the pedals at all. Pete is soft pedaling. They're all soft pedaling, and they're losing time. And this is going to make it interesting.
How much is this riders not wanting to show their card too early to their rivals, and they're not wanting to give them a hand? If you're a rider who is a sole representative for your team, you've not got teammates to rely on, you're thinking, well, the job's on you. If you've got multiple riders in this group, and with Keegan Swenson and Matt Beers of Specialized in the red jerseys, they're the team that everybody will be looking to.
Exactly. I mean, he's the two-time defending champion. Obviously, super talented. You know, everybody's definitely looking at those two, and the onus, so to speak, is on them. So it's a bit of a, you know, they're all bluffing each other right now.
Yeah.
And there's a lot to think about, because they're obviously worried about this group getting too much time. But the crux of the race is still to come. They have to save their energy for the steep part of the geysers, where it really matters. And then even after that, it's a long ways to go. And I think Keegan has shown that the little bump on Chalk Hill with literally like 15 kilometers to go it's crucial. It's where he was able to drop a lot of his competitors in the last couple of years. So people are being very patient this year, which is makes a lot of sense. I mean, this is a extremely difficult course, and it comes down to just who's got the most left in the tank at the end.
Kylie Hannell at the back of the group in the women's race, just trying to grapple away and make sure that she can stay in the wheels.
Yeah, this is a really difficult section of Skaggs. You can see how steep it is. They're out of the saddle. This camera angle is showing just how steep it is and the gradient.
Sarah Lang still on the front. This is Kira Paya of Durango, Colorado. She's been yo-yoing on and off, but she's making her way back, and then you get to these steep gradients, and then you can start to see the group right away. Kate Courtney towards the back, starting to lose the wheels as well. It's so unforgiving. It's absolutely relentless, and no wonder that this is the toughest one-day bike race in North America. Look at this from Lang.
Really strong riding. She's been on the front a long time, and Lauren Stevens is the only one that can stay on her wheel right now. This is a really important part of the race right here. Lauren looks very relaxed.
Such differing styles between the two riders as well. Lauren Stevens very, very comfortable, high cadence, sits in the saddle, whereas Kate Lang very much wants to put it in a big gear. She wants to be out of the saddle, really power away up this climb. There, you take a look down at the profile in the bottom left of the screen. That's where the women's race is currently.
I think Kate is getting dropped, but she's got an opportunity to come back. There's downhills in her future, and she's obviously an incredible bike handler, and those transfer to the road. She's not the world champion on a mountain bike for no reason.
What's going through riders' minds at this point in the race, when you're starting to see riders go away from you, you're not able to hold the wheel, riders are coming back, and then you see these two riders go off the front, and it's starting to become really selective. But what's going through your mind?
Yeah, it kind of depends on where you are. I mean, if you're these two, you're motivated. It gives you wings, right? But if you're Kate there who's struggling, it's a testament to how strong you can be in your head, and sort of realize that, hey, it might just be a bad moment, and you need to get through it. And there's so much left to go. You can actually turn it around and feel better. I mean, you're not just a computer that's programmed. You're a human being, and you have your ups and downs, and you can feel bad, and then you can feel great again. It does happen. So you really need to talk positively to yourself in those moments and just keep fighting. Is Cecile still there? You can see Sophia's doing her best to keep that gap small.
Sofia Gomez is really clever, isn't she? She knows exactly what she needs to do, sometimes how little work she needs to do, and try and utilise other riders in the group. And she'll only come through and do a turn if it is going to benefit her and her race and the outcome of the race.
Yeah, it seems like she's always very attentive. She can hold concentration really well for a long time, and that's a valuable skill to have. And it looks to me like she has patience. But you know, we'll see if all that can pay off when it comes to the crux of the race on the geysers. Lauren Stevens looks really strong. She just won the Redlands, and she was second to Sophia and Sea Otter, which is, you know, it was a very technical gravel race, and it favors those who can corner at speed on their gravel bikes, and that's not Lauren's full-time job. So she's obviously riding well. But look at that, Sophia's bringing them back, and she looks really strong.
And look at the injection of pace from Sofia Gomez in that red jersey. The rider from Specialized wanting to make sure that she can bring back Lauren Stevens and Kate Lang immediately before they start to open up a considerable gap. And look at how this has split things on this section of the course, opening up the time gap to the riders behind. And the defending champion, Lauren Stevens, is still looking so comfortable and riding right within herself.
Haley Preen, obviously looking really good. She came across quite easily, but Sarah Lang has been really impressive. You know, there she is eating, which is a good sign for the rest of the race. She's got the wherewithal to be throwing down the calories right now, which is really important. I mean, they've got a long ways to go. They've got to stay fueled.
Yeah, Sarah Lang. My apologies, not Kate Lang. Sarah Lang in the white jersey on the front. For Lauren Stevens, coming off the back of such a successful Redlands, where her worst result on the stages was ninth place.
Yeah.
In incredible form, starting the season off so well.
Well, she's been doing this a long time. She's got a lot of skills, obviously physically strong, but so much experience and knowing exactly where to be. Now, Cecile and I think that's Samara Shepard, right? Did we confirm? Yeah. Coming back. So yeah, they suffered a little bit on that really steep pitch, but they still have energy, and they came back, I'd say, quite easily. So that's a good sign.
6 riders now in this group with 17 seconds on the chasing group, 37 seconds on the third group on the road.
And I am seeing 2.5 minutes between our men's lead and the chase group. So this is getting really interesting. And these guys are on a section of gravel right now. They're about to hit a small descent across a bridge, and then the geysers climb starts, but it doesn't really kick up steep at first. The first 4 miles, I'd say, are 5% twisty, but I think from that moment you'll start to see it the pace ratchet up behind.
Brilliant for the breakaway there in the men's race in the lead group, to have the support of the amateur riders who are taking on the various different routes. Brilliant for them to have that opportunity to cheer the riders on likewise.
Yeah, I think it's very exciting for everyone. You know, they're out there sharing the experience together. Looks like everyone's being very respectable. They'll let the elites come by without interfering with it, but they love to see it. You know, they get to see some of the best riders in the world right up close.
How special is that for those who are taking on the GranFondo on the various different courses, whether it's the geysers, the Medio, the Piccolo, whatever it might be, to have that chance to share the roads, to be able to watch the elite races start this morning and really feel right in the thick of the event?
Yeah, so I was having a conversation about this with Mike Woods yesterday, and you know, I think the future and the way forward for elite level racing, road racing in America are these mass participation events, because people they want to participate. And if other organizers, I hope they're inspired by what we're doing here to combine the two and grow the sport at the top end, because you know, road racing isn't what it used to be in the United States, and we see this as a way to breathe life back into it. So everybody being able to participate on the same roads at the same time, while it's a logistical undertaking, to say the least, it's been very worth it.
It's so rewarding. I can only imagine how it feels for you to see this event be so successful year upon year.
Looked like Cecily had run out of gas there and got caught by Kate.
Alia Shaffi being distanced here. That's a surprise. Second place a year ago, and seeing the rider with number 2 on her back be distanced at this point in the race and being distanced by some of the key favourites who are only pushing on, and Sarah Lang doing so much work. She's really showing her card, but she's looking so strong and fully committed here.
Yeah, and you can see the pain she's inflicting on the others is making it very uncomfortable.
There's a potential opportunity for Alia Shaffi to come back. It's not all over yet for those riders who are distant. They've certainly got to make sure that they keep their foot on the gas and don't ease up too much. And if they can try and get themselves back, they can get themselves back into the race. Meanwhile, the leading group in the men's race with Cole Kessler, Logan Ungen and Brennan Wirtz, they gap 2 minutes and 49.
Yeah.
Wow.
That is significant. They're definitely going to make it over the steep part of the top of the geysers. I mean, at least 1 or 2 of them will. And they've just bought themselves a ticket into the lead group coming into the finish, I think.
At what point does this group need to start to panic and realize?
Very soon. They're about to, like I said, they're about to do this little downhill here through a gravel section across a bridge, and then it starts climbing. And it doesn't go down again until they crest the summit of the geysers after a very hard pitch towards the top. And that's been a section where obviously major events have happened in the past. We saw Keegan and Ian Boswell go away 2 years ago in the rain to eventually catch Peter Vakoch and Lawrence Nason. And then last year we saw a group, a much larger group actually, maybe 8 guys crest the top together to chase down Marcus and Con McDunphy, who were way up ahead. I believe they had 3 minutes at the top. So, you know, long ways to go. It's still possible, even this 3-minute gap right now. It's been erased in the past, and it most likely will again. But we're going to have to see some real action coming up here from this group.
The question is, who wants to take it up? Who wants to?
Yeah, I predict Matt Beers is going to be the first one to light the fuse. Although it would be important for Keegan to have Matt in the group still over the top. So, how do they play that? Do they risk giving up a little more time to save Matt over the top, or do they just send him to the front? And
once they get to the bottom of the descent, after they've climbed the geysers, there's still time to be able to close this deficit. But it's going to be touch and go.
Yeah, well, it depends. If these 3 are still together and they still have gas in the tank, then it's going to be really difficult if they work together. But as you can see now they're on, these 3 leaders are on the geysers climb, which isn't going to let up again until the very summit. As you can see right here, it's about 4 or 5%, still very rough road, a lot of character in there. And now the peloton is about to start that section. Almost 3 minutes down, though.
Simon Pello at the back of the group in that green jersey, the Swissman who was in the early days breakaway. You get the sense that he's one of those riders who's just biding his time, waiting for the moment, following the key riders in this group that remain.
Thanks, Matt. Thanks for chasing me down. A lot of respect between these guys, I'm sure.
And they get to know each other. For a lot of these riders, both in the elite men's race and the elite women's race, they were racing at the Sea Otter a week ago, and plenty of other races and gravel races around the world. And so they're bumping into each other week after week, at least once a month. And so they get to know the attributes and the characteristics of a rider and their strengths and weaknesses.
Yeah, and they become friends for sure. They're on and off the bike together. And I just got to say, I'm so happy to see Cole in the breakaway, though. This is so cool. He's been really excited to come here, and I really appreciate this enthusiasm and the effort he's putting in today. I hope he's out there having fun. You know, I don't know if anyone caught it, but we had a little bit of an argument about where the best roads are.
I was just going to ask you about this, actually.
And he was like, hey, by the way, this is his first day ever riding in Sonoma County, and yet he was trying to tell me that, you know, the riding in Malibu, which is great, by the way. Malibu's beautiful. But I was like, nah, you know, Sonoma County is better. It's got more options. And I can't wait to hear him eat his words.
Experience will prevail.
But this is really interesting. These guys are not on the gas yet. It's clear that they are soft pedaling, continuing to lose time. Who is going to flinch first?
Is this group larger than you perhaps anticipated earlier on, or is it
This
right
feels
about
right to me, yeah. If they're going to make it past King Ridge and Skaggs, well, specifically the very first part of King Ridge is Savage, and that's a big selector. So if they made it past that, it doesn't surprise me that they're still here. We're just joined in the studio by our presenting sponsor, Fari Diner. Happy to see him.
Brilliant to have you join us.
Yeah, look at this. They're all looking at each other. Pete's looking around, and then they just cut away, but I think Pete was the first to flinch.
He wants to try and use the calls to his advantage at this point, and here he goes. Pete Stettner is the first to make a move here with a deficit of 3 minutes and 12 seconds.
Looks like maybe Keegan's chasing. He knows not to let Pete go.
Inside the final 70 kilometers, and this is where Stettner's trying to go. Luke Lamperty, the local rider from Santa Rosa in that pink jersey sitting third wheel, has realized now's the time to start to follow the wheels. Keegan Swenson is there in the red jersey. Also Ian Lopez in that maroon jersey of Modern Adventure Pro Cycling. He knows that he doesn't have to do any work. He's got a teammate up the road in the form of Cole Kessler.
I'm very grateful we're able to see these pictures. We've had issues here in the past, not a lot of cell coverage or Starlink coverage, so we're fortunate to see this action happening.
And this is critical racing, and these are the key moments in the race now where this is what is going to make and break. And for those riders who flinch first, they want to try and make a move, use the gradients and this climb to their advantage and their characteristics.
Absolutely. Marcus Shelton is looking really strong here, and Luke's right on the wheel. Keegan, Ian right behind him. The throttle has been opened. It looks like Marcus is deciding to let off the gas a little bit. And you can see the way Luke is riding. You know, he's focused on getting over the geysers, and if he can do that, like I said, these guys have a big problem on their hands.
For Luke Lamperty, he doesn't want it to be stop, start, stop, start. He'd prefer it to be at this nice rhythm, surely. How do you think? What do you think would work best in his favour?
I think it depends. If it's steady but too fast, that's not good for him. And they're going to have to try, as you see the lead women on a steep pitch. When the men get to the steep pitch on the geysers, they're going to have to try to do everything they can to get rid of him. I predict that's where Keegan is really going to go 100%, to do everything he can to get back to the leaders, to drop Luke Lamperty, and see what happens. So Luke is, for sure, he's focused on that section as well. He knows that he needs to get there as fresh as he can, and if need be, he goes his own pace up that steep part. And if he has to let go of, like Keegan's wheel, for example, he lets go without blowing up too much and just tries to get to the top as fast as he can.
Shelton still kicking things on at the front of this chasing group.
Haley Preen on the front of the women's field. She looks really solid.
She's been one of those riders all day she's contributed, but she's hidden herself well when she needed to, tried to save as much energy as possible. At the back of the group, number 1, that's Lauren Stevens, the defending champion. Just in front of her is Cecilia Jeune, number 14. Number 10, that is Kaylee Hannell of Portland, Oregon. This is the chasing group, which trails at 42 seconds, led by Kate Courtney, the mountain bike marathon world champion. Also in this group is number 23. This is Cecilia Decker. She didn't look too comfortable. It's good for Kate Courtney that she's got 2 riders for company. If they can be cohesive and they can share the workload together to try and come back to this group. And all it would take is for the pace to go out of this leading group, which includes Haley Preen, Samara Shepherd, as well as Sophia Gomez. They don't contribute together, and then this trio can try and come back, although it could be a tough ask, given that Kate Courtney didn't look all that comfortable earlier on. Lauren Stevens, however, looking really, really comfortable. Coming off the back of that victory at Redlands, the 2-time Pan Am Road Race champion in 2023 and 2024, who is a fantastic time trialist. Raced at the highest level in the sport for many, many years, 22 professional victories. Now this is where it's the good opportunity for any riders who are chasing. Now that the pace has started to fade from this leading group, good opportunity for riders to take on some fuel as well, gels, bottles, make sure they're keeping themselves well hydrated as well. 94.6 kilometers remaining in the women's race, 58.8 miles. Still some of the key points in the race still yet to come. It's such a select field. How do riders plan their fueling strategy ahead of a day like today, where it's so long, it's self-supported, you have to rely on the aid stations, and for them, thankful that Scratch Labs are there to help them with the fuel stations as well. But so important to make sure that you've got something and you're able to calculate what you need to take on each hour.
Yeah, exactly. And you know, our new partner this year, Scratch Labs, has specifically made bottles to be ideal for them in the neutral hand up, as far as calories to the size of the bottle and sodium, and that was relayed to all of these elites, so they know how to plan and strategize and you know, have what they need at the personal aid station, but know how many bottles they need to start with, how many they need to take along the way, you know, what's in their pockets. It goes back to what we were talking about, how Luke had to do this, you know, and he's out of practice, whereas these privateers, these gravel riders, they're very much in practice, and they have it dialed. And I think that they can just know by the time that the race is going to take, they can just calculate off of that.
It's something that's changed exponentially in the last 5-6 years, with riders knowing that they need to fuel themselves properly and really take on 100, 110, 120 grams of carbohydrates, even more depending on the body composition of a rider, which is something that takes a lot of getting used to, and for your body to really adapt to, and your gut to really get used to being able to take on that amount of carbohydrate.
Yeah, it has definitely evolved from my time in the peloton. There were definitely days where we were super aware to eat as much as we could, but I think now that it's tracked a lot better, and they're doing it every day. Like, we weren't as on top of it every day as they are now. We were probably for the most part underfueled, and nowadays and thankfully that has shifted, because during my day it was a lot about power to weight, and everybody was always going on a diet, and it's really not the way. I think it's more important to stay fueled, train hard, rest well, and when you get into top form, that's when you become naturally lean, because your body's operating at 100%. It's not the other way around. You don't restrict calories, lose weight, and then go fast. That's actually makes you slower. That's something that a lot of us in our generation, we just kept banging our heads against the wall because we were taught that was the way, and it's not the way. And I think what I've seen today in the peloton and road gravel is the mentality is stay fueled and don't try to eat less than the next guy. It's not a competition in that sense. And look at this. I think they're coming back to the lead group.
This is really, really impressive from this chasing trio, who have cut their deficit from 47 seconds down to 12 seconds. And so it just shows on this course you can come back, and Kate Courtney at the back of this group is going to find herself back amongst the big favourites in the leading group of the elite women here.
This is exactly what I was talking about before. Kate obviously was probably struggling in her head before when she's getting dropped, but now they're about to hit that personal aid station. She's back with the leaders, and it's game on again. She's back in the game. She's back in it for the win. So her morale is just taking a big boost.
And the fact that she's got two of the riders to share the workload with as well, really, really important.
Yeah.
Great for all three of these riders in the chase.
Yeah, they're literally just a couple hundred meters away from that personal aid station. They can get their nutrition like we were just talking about, get back in it, refuel, and reset.
How many personal aid stations are there in total on the course? Because that's another thing where you need to really calculate.
Well, yeah, so we have 1, 2, 3 neutral aid stations, and then there's the personal, which is also neutral. If someone, that's our goal here, is if 19-year-old drives the event by themselves, they don't have support, we have neutral scratch labs bottles being handed up to them 4 times throughout the course, so they can get what they need and not get dropped. See, they're taking the opportunity to be safe here, conservative, not grab things at speed. There's no need for that. A bit of an agreement. They've still got a long ways to go.
But that's nice that everybody's done the same thing, and as you say, that mutual agreement between them all. If we need to slow down, we're going to. If we want to stop and try and take a musette, to take extra fuel, gels, bottles, whatever it might be, discard, and then the helpers on the roadside can pick up the discarded clothing as well.
Exactly, yeah. We've created this quote-unquote trash zone here. You see it in the Tour de France. They're allowed to drop their musettes, their bottles, any extra clothing for quite a while, to give them time to situate everything, grab out of their pockets, discard trash, whatever it is, and then our great volunteers who we couldn't put this event on without are going to go out there and pick it up for them and get it back to them at the finish.
You speak about the volunteers. I had a wander around the festival on the town green yesterday, and one of the riders who was taking on one of the shorter routes had said to someone who they must know from Windsor, which route are you doing? He said, oh, actually, I'm not going to do the GranFondo this year. I'm going to go and marshal, and I'm going to be a part of it. And the joy on his face was fantastic to see, the fact that he's going to be a marshal for the event, for the race, and to be a key part, and as you say, a key member.
Yeah, and we couldn't do it without them, and that's music to my ears. It's great to ride it, and it's also great to be on the other side and give back and watch others experience what you've been able to for, whatever. I mean, this is the 16th year. We've had people who've done it every year, so I think it's just an equally fulfilling experience to be on the other side of it and help someone experience it for the first time. So huge thanks to our volunteers for doing that. And you see the women are definitely fueling up for the last part of this event.
Kylie Hennell, the teammate of Lauren Stevens. Good opportunity for them to have a quick word as well, a quick discussion. There is Samara Shepherd. 10th at Sea Otter last week, 4th at the Adelaide gravel event at the start of the season down under, organised by Tiffany Cromwell and Valtteri Bottas.
I know we've definitely got to be seeing some action on the men on the steepest part of the geysers. Hopefully we get there as soon as we can, because it's the crux of the race right now.
Yeah, look at this.
There we go.
It's a real grind up here, and as the riders here in the leading group start to get onto these steep gradients, you can see the facial expression and the body language of Cole Kessler in that maroon jersey. This is hurting. This is such a difficult part of the course.
And behind them, it's definitely breaking up. It has to be. This is, the camera's not doing justice. It's pretty steep here. As you can see, they're climbing into the clouds.
What kind of gradients are we talking here on this part of the climb then?
12, 15.
Absolutely brutal. There is the profile of where the lead group is. Up into the fog. The clouds laying low.
Yeah.
Brennan's doing such a fantastic job to hold on to these two riders.
Love to see what's happening behind. I know that they're racing full gas. This is the opportunity for someone like Keegan to try to get rid of Luke, close the gap to these guys. I hope we can get those pictures as soon as we can.
Inside 50 kilometers to go, 30.7 miles remaining in the elite men's race. The lead group consisting of Cole Kessler of Modern Adventure Pro Cycling in that maroon jersey, who is leading proceedings at the moment. He's in the group alongside Brennan Wirtz in the navy blue jersey. Been in the early days breakaway. Also in this group is number 41, Logan Unger, the 22-year-old who bridged across to this duo of riders at a key moment in the race, and it was vital that Kessler and Wirtz had another rider in this breakaway to try and help them extend their advantage over the peloton, because at one point it's already nudged over the 3-minute marker and they've become a real danger to the group behind. The group behind consists of Keegan Swenson, Matt Beers, Pete Stetner, who has already tried to do some damage in that chasing group behind. Also, Luke Lamperti is still there, as is Alexei Vermeulen.
Yeah, we're trying to get pictures as soon as we can.
It's so spread out, isn't it?
Oh, here we go. What's going on here?
Simon Palou at the back of that
Mike
group.
Woods.
Mike Woods. This is, I was going to say before,
I was going to say,
we have not seen him
at all. He has been very coy.
But look how comfortable
Marcus
he looks.
Shelton.
Out of the saddle, dancing on the pedals, and really starting to make big strides and advantage here. And this is a good moment for Woods to try and get the advantage on Swenson, on Lamperty. He certainly doesn't want a sprinter to be there. Lopez is starting to find himself in difficulty, as is Keegan Swenson, number 1 in that red jersey of Specialized.
Yeah,
this is really interesting now.
This is very interesting. Ian starting to come around Keegan a little bit. So I think they're not too far behind Mike and Marcus.
No doubt that move of Woods and Shilton had only just happened once we came into the shot, and now they're left chasing.
There, yeah, I think that's them right up there.
Yeah.
We can see Alexi looking strong. Keegan is starting to come off.
A lot of movement in the upper body, the shoulders rocking and rolling, the head drops every now and then. It doesn't look comfortable. Mike Woods
looks very strong. This is definitely his type of terrain.
He's cut the deficit from over 3 minutes to 1 minute and 17 seconds now. But this is his terrain. This is a rider who's won at the Tour de France. He's won on the Puy de Dôme, one of the most mythical climbs. Very, very rarely used in the Tour de France. He's a stage winner in the Vuelta a España too. Only just come out of racing at the top level of the sport in the World Tour. But he's thoroughly enjoying his new adventure.
Yeah, he looks really great here. And, you know, I had a very enjoyable chat with him yesterday. We actually never met before. We didn't overlap, but it was really interesting to hear what he had to say about what he's up to these days. I think Keegan has been dropped.
The two-time winner of the Growler has been dropped and has been distanced from the key favourites. Keegan Swenson has found himself in difficulty here, and he's trailing behind with no one surrounding him to try and help him come back.
He's close to the top, and it levels out across the top for like a mile and a half, so he does have the opportunity to come back. He just needs to stay relatively close to those guys in front of him. Looks like Ian and Simon are together in front. These two look really strong, and they're definitely going the fastest on course right now.
Look at the speed.
Yeah.
It's hard to convey how fast this duo are going on this section of course.
Well,
they're absolutely
that shot
flying.
did it justice, I think.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I think either Logan was dropped or he's gone away from... Oh, no, there he is. He's there, tucked in. That was my thing back in the day. Nobody could see me till the very end. I like to tuck in.
Stay anonymous.
I've been riding a lot with, well, not a lot, a little bit with Ian. He's been in Tahoe, where I live, for the last month, doing a lot of altitude training. He's extremely motivated. I've seen he's been out there in atrocious weather, getting the work done, so it's great to see that work paying off. I know he's been looking forward to today. And how strong is Simone after being in the break for hours?
Absolutely, absolutely. Great to see the Swissman here. Simon Pello is no stranger to these really hard, arduous days. But to have been in the breakaway and being one of the riders who was really kicking things on earlier, he's clever as well. He's really, really a smart rider. He's tactically very, very aware. He knows where he needs to start to put the power down. And you can see now he's got the company of Ian Lopez. And Ian Lopez is kicking things on, isn't he?
And we could have a situation where we have two modern adventure riders in that lead group, and then it's going to get very interesting.
Really interesting for Simon Pello that he's opted for the S5, the Cervelo S5, the aero bike from Cervelo, on this kind of course, despite all of the elevation. He knows that his aerodynamic, the deep wheels, but he knows the aerodynamic benefits on this kind of course are really, really going to play into their own.
He knew the chances of him being out in the wind for many hours was quite high. Look at that style from Mike Woods that we've come to appreciate from watching him win Tour de France stages, Vuelta a España stages. Really punchy rider, extremely fast uphill. And then you've got this young up-and-coming guy, Marcus Shelton, who shocked the group here last year, and is doing it once again.
This is a world-class rider in Mike Woods, who he's got great company with Marcus Shelton.
Absolutely, they're all in. They're going to work together seamlessly to try to catch those lead three. And the question is, can Ian and Simon get back to Mike Woods and Marcus Shelton?
How does that maybe change things? If the scenario and situation comes that Mike Woods and Marcus Shelton are joined by Ian Lopez and Simon Pellew, how does that change the dynamic? The fact that Ian Lopez has got a teammate up the road in Kessler, does that then disrupt things? And does Woods and Shelton prefer it just to be a duo rather than 4 riders?
Oh, absolutely. They don't want them coming back. But you know what? Who is that we see right behind?
Vermeulen. Alexi Vermeulen, by the looks of things, is coming to the rear wheel of Woods and Shelton.
That's right. We lost Alexi, but there he is.
This is a really strong ride from Alexi Vermeulen.
Yeah.
And he's been flying, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's got, World Tour road experience. He's at home here. No, it's Brendan Johnson.
Wow.
Really strong ride.
That was really, really impressive to see that he's been able to bridge across. Brendan Johnson, the 34-year-old Australian, coming across there. Wow.
Yeah, we kind of lost track of him, but he just appeared out of the fog.
Yeah, he's another rider who's flown under the radar.
Yeah, riding very smart. I mean, it was interesting. I was thinking about it. Where's Mike Woods? Something happened to him, and then all of a sudden he's there.
Likewise.
Right when it mattered. And that shows a lot of experience.
How difficult is that to do? To be anonymous?
Especially when you're the favorite.
Yeah. When everybody knows you,
yeah.
You are one of the big favorites, the top 5 favorites. Listen to the fans cheer as well. What a moment. And look at Ian Lopez.
Yeah, he's charging. And he has the benefit of knowing these descents that are coming up. He lives here. He's done this descent countless times, and he will make up time. So that's the advantage he has, as the lead 3 are now descending in the fog. And I can only assume that Luke was dropped on the steep part of the geysers. We haven't seen him. If by chance he's still close to maybe Keegan, for example, there's a chance they can come back. They can come back out of the fog without us even realizing.
For him knowing the roads and knowing the descent, because this is really tricky.
Very tricky.
On this kind of descent, it's tricky enough without the fog. But for him knowing the roads and knowing the line he can take, just having the visual in his mind of that descent and what is coming afterwards, that's got to be such a huge benefit.
Absolutely. Now Simon and Ian are starting the descent, and I don't doubt that Ian's about to send it right here. I pray for Simon right now. This is his first time coming down it, and Ian's 1000th in challenging conditions. I hope everyone stays safe. This is very Pyrenean to me right here. This is like descending the Obisque in the Tour de France. Great images.
It just gives you all a real sense of what these riders are going through and what they have to contend with, especially with the little bit of rainfall as well, and the dew as they go through the fog and through the clouds. Mentally, these are really stressful times as well. You want to try and take some of these corners really gingerly as well, especially when there's that slick layer of wet on the top surface of the tarmac.
Yeah, we do get a fair amount of rain here, so it's not like southern Spain or southern Italy when it rains and then it's just an ice rink. The roads are quite clean here, so Even in the rain, there's decent traction, but when it's wet to dry and dry to wet like it is here, that can be tricky. You got to pay attention, look ahead. And it looks like Marcus, since he knows this, he's ridden it a few times, I'm sure, he's pushing these guys to stay with him. Right here is where last year Alex Wild flatted, which is absolutely terrifying to think. I've descended this countless times myself, and it's a very fast section of road. Maybe not the best place to be taking a photo there. This corner right here is a hard one.
Ooh, you can see how Mike Woods maybe was just about to miscalculate that tight right-hand corner there.
He's had a lot of experience of descending roads he's never been down before, and that experience is invaluable in a situation like this.
Well, the adrenaline will certainly be pumping for Mike Woods after that moment there. He'll want to try and get back with his breakaway companion, Marcus Shelton.
And it's showing 14 seconds to our lead 3, and this next pitch here is about a mile long, and it's quite hard. So yeah, these guys are not far in front, and it might be a challenge for them to make it over this next little climb with Mike Woods and Marcus Shelton.
Brendan Wirtz has got a slight advantage over Kessler and Unger right now.
Yeah, again, he knows this descent better than the other two, and he took advantage of that. They're coming back. But
it's such a relentless climb, isn't it?
It is, but this part they're on right now, it's only like a 4-minute effort, but it's steep. So let's hope that these guys can make it over with the charging group behind as they're about to be swallowed up.
You can see the chasing group behind are about to catch the leading duo in the elite men's race. Brendan Wirtz, Cole Kessler, Logan Unger are going to be joined by Mike Woods, Marcus Shelton,
yeah, they're right there,
and Brendan Johnson.
I think they're going to make it over this pitch. And the women, looks like they're about to start the geysers pretty soon.
The question is, the trio who have caught and made the junction to the front of the men's elite race, they're not going to want to hang around. They're in a situation where they've dropped some of their key favourites, Keegan Swenson, Luke Lamperti.
Yeah.
They're no longer there, and so they really need to try and utilise this point on the course to their advantage. They don't want to take any fast riders to the finish line. Cole Kessler now dropped in that maroon jersey, as we see here, number 77. This is Kent Ross of Portland, the 29-year-old, who has, again, been keeping himself pretty anonymous. He's been at the back of the group earlier on in the peloton, but he's done a good job in trying to bridge across.
Looks like Cole came off this group, but you know, Ian's not far behind him and their teammates, and they can work together. There's a big descent coming. Ian knows it well. Marcus looks very strong. Oh, we have attack in the women's field. Is that Cecily?
Cecily Decker going off the front in the women's elite race.
That's a great move because she's got time to build a lead, make it over the geysers, put pressure on the others.
Full aero with the skin suit, the aero socks, deep section wheels.
Yeah, I like this move from Cecily. I think it's smart, and it's just the right timing. Look at the gap she's already got.
Well, welcome along to the Growler and the live broadcast with myself, Hannah Walker, and Levi Leipheimer. What an electric race in both races we've had so far. The situation in the men's elite race, we've got 5 riders who are in the lead, with some of the key contenders who have been distanced on the climb itself. Mike Woods is the rider who is pushing things on in the men's elite race. Meanwhile, in the women's elite race, it's Cecily Decker who has attacked off the front of the group and started to build a considerable advantage, already quickly opening up a gap of almost 15 seconds before one of the key parts on the course. And right now she's looking really strong and really, really smooth. Thanks to all of you who've been watching on the live broadcast, and for those who have been watching from the very beginning earlier on this morning. If you've got any questions, feel free to leave them in the chat that I can put to Levi Leipheimer.
I think Alexi, Simone, and Ian are, I think they're only 8 seconds down. Yeah, there's Ian. Is that Ian or Cole? Couldn't get a good look at it.
Could be Cole looking at the laboured way, but we'll get another look on that.
Just pan back a little bit, we can see. Clearly they're not far behind. They must be able to see them because it looks like Alexi's quite urgent in his pedaling.
Simon Pellew perhaps starting to pay for the earlier moves in that breakaway.
He's still there, though.
But he's still there. And he's one of those riders, the higher the fatigue, and when everybody's feeling that fatigue, that's when he really comes into his own. And I've seen it time and time again in road races as well, where everybody's been on their knees, they've been so fatigued, but he's able to come through because he can still perform under such fatigue. He's got that fatigue resistance, hasn't he? 9 seconds for the chasers.
And this number 77 making his way back to the lead group. This is not somebody that we even thought about as a contender, but he's coming out of nowhere.
This is Kent Ross, really, really impressive. Another rider who's come off the back of a really successful Redlands. He won the final stage, 8th overall in the general classification, and so clearly in very, very good form.
Oh yeah, Ian was telling me that he won the Sunset Road Race, which is a notoriously very difficult stage at Redlands, and anyone who succeeds at that has the capability to go all the way here.
This is the makeup of the group. Cecilia Decker.
Looks like they caught Cecily, yeah.
Kylie Hannell, Aliyah Shaffi made her way back. Samara Shepherd, Cecilia Lejeune, Sarah Lang, Paige Onweller, Sophia Gomez, Haley Preen, and Lauren Stevens. Stevens on the front currently. I'm curious what is on the helmet straps of Lauren Stevens and her teammates.
I think it's a new radio where they can talk to each other.
Interesting, interesting. Big attack here. Big move as we start to see Lauren Stevens' teammate try and get away here. They've got the numbers, they've got the strength.
Aliyah Shaffi on the wheel, second place last year. Sophia trying to get across.
Look at the speed.
Yeah.
They're really wanting to make sure that they can try and split things here. Kate Courtney comes back as another move from Paige Onweller, who goes on the left-hand side.
Paige, who didn't even know if she was going to be able to start. Look at this, attacking deep into the race.
Quickly opening up the gap. A little look over the right-hand shoulder. 75.3 kilometers remaining.
That was a great attack.
Miles. Great attack. That was textbook.
Yeah, it really was. Come past with speed. It discourages anyone from trying to make that really hard acceleration to try to get on your wheel, because they know that it's going to hurt and they're going to pay for it later. Done very well.
And look how quickly that Onweller has been able to open up the advantage here. Every now and then, a little look over the right-hand shoulder just to see, well, has anybody come with me? Have I got any company who's trying to get up to the front of the race? Really smooth, great pedaling style, great cadence.
back with the men's lead. Yeah, they're about to start the biggest descent on the geysers. Still in the clouds. They'll eventually get out of that. But I think there's a group very close behind them with Alexi and Ian and Simone. There they are, yeah. Cole and Ian have linked up.
This is really beneficial to Alexi Vermeulen and Simon Pelou now. The fact that the two riders from Modern Adventure Pro Cycling, they've got...
I'm seeing 40 seconds between them, so they could make up, 10, 15, 20 seconds on this descent and then see them when they come off the descent. And if that front group starts to hesitate at all, they can regain contact.
And they're all going to fully commit here within this fall. A little bit of shake of the head, though, from Simon Pelou just then. He's clearly feeling the effects from earlier. Maybe Ian Lopez said, hey, man, we need a turn from you here. If we want to try and come back, we need your assistance as well. But Pelou, the Swissman, sitting at the back in that green jersey, number 29, 40 seconds.
Yeah, it's understandable that he's on the limit, hanging on, trying to get deeper into the race. If he can feel better once they get off this ascent and has a couple gels and a drink and maybe contribute a little bit. Like I said, if they can half this gap on the descent and then see that group when they come off of it, it's going to give them all motivation, and it's possible they could close it back down. Of course, in the front, Mike Woods, Marcus Shelton, they don't want that to happen, so they're just as motivated to stay off the front. But they, that lead group, it's kind of sizable. They're, I doubt they're all gonna ride equal and be as cohesive as they could be. So there's going to be some games being played. You see, they're starting to get out of the clouds, which should make the descent a little easier to maneuver, to manage. This cattle guard here is always tricky.
You have to be careful on which camber you are as well when you take the cattle grid, don't you? You know, sort of don't bank it over too much to get around the... Almost have to go straight on, get over the cattle grid, and then quickly bank it right to get round.
There's a few of those on this route. You got to turn and stand it up and turn again. So, like I said, it takes a lot of awareness, a lot of skill, and things are interesting. You can't just be on autopilot in this race.
It's not a race where you can just rely on your physical form. Mentally, you've got to be aware from mile one.
Oh, absolutely.
It's not one where you can switch off. You can't just think, okay, the breakaway's gone away, we can bide our time. You've also got to be thinking about where you want to be on the course. Fortunately for the riders, there's very little wind, so that's not having a massive factor, but it's the rain, the wet weather, the fog, the descents, which are really, really stressful.
Yeah, and that's a skill. To stay focused for 6 hours at a time is a skill, and it as a young rider, it can be very difficult. You get better at it as you're more experienced.
What kind of things, when you're a rider, is there any practices that you can do to make sure that you can try and keep the focus and keep the concentration for such long, sustained periods of time?
I mean, now that I'm retired, I would, I didn't do it at all during my career, but I think a meditation practice would be very beneficial in that sense, to calm your mind and to shut out the noise and allow you to maintain focus better and longer.
49 seconds is
Sarah
the advantage.
Lang chasing.
49 seconds
Yeah.
now. And Paige Onweller has quickly established that gap.
And she's been taking it easy, which, I mean, she's got the reserves built up. She could be feeling better and better as this race goes on, and that could be a dangerous situation for the women behind.
Fourteenth at Sea Otter only a week ago, fourth at the Mid-South Gravel event. Third race of the season. You can see in such a self-supported event where Onweller, she's got a back pocket filled with her arm warmers, the food, the fuel, the nutrition. Little saddlebag under the saddle itself, just with her spares.
Seems like there's a bit of cooperation behind to make sure the gap doesn't grow too big.
Would you have one rider in this kind of situation who's perhaps a little bit of a road captain for everybody, trying to entice everyone to come through and work? Or
if it benefits you for everyone to work together, sure, that's your job. You try to, you know, in Lauren Stevens' case, right? She won last year in quite dominant fashion. I mean, the gap at the end wasn't big, but she spent a lot of time alone. She was clearly the strongest. So if she's feeling good right now, she's going to want to encourage others to work with her. And yeah, that's definitely a tactic to put pressure on them verbally.
Yeah.
Hey, let's work together. You know, you can't be sitting on, or whatever it is. But the others don't have to necessarily follow her instructions.
And they don't
either.
have to take it up, do they?
No.
It's if they're playing to their forte, their tactic. As Paige Onwiller gets onto the gravel sector at the base of the climb, just trying to get rid of as much fluid as possible to try and make it a bike as lightweight as possible going up this climb here, just to try and get rid of some unnecessary weight.
Yeah, and then she officially enters the canyon of Geysers Road. Starts what we've already seen with the men is, you know, obviously a critical part of the race, but her lead is continuing to grow. And look at this, the impetus has gone out of the chase group. She's going to continue to gain time.
This is Kylie Hannell, who we saw try and break away earlier on. She's being active. She's going to be one of the key teammates for Lauren Stevens. Everybody wanting to make sure that they can try and get rid of some unnecessary weight as they enter into the base of the climb itself and into the approach. Still there is Lauren de Crescenzo, the 35-year-old, the winner of the first edition 2 years ago.
You know, it would be great to see the men again, because I think that Ian and Cole and Simone have gotten really close to the leaders. I'm seeing 16 seconds.
Wow.
Can that be right?
If that's right, that is one impressive ride from this quartet.
Like I said, Ian knows these roads. He probably went full send down that descent.
But you've got Cole Kessler. Look at it. He's like a train, isn't he? He's so pulling these riders along at the front of this group. Number 64.
So
he's so aerodynamic as well.
Yeah, I think that gap wasn't right. The lead moto had an issue for a second, and we are taking times off the motorbikes. So there he is, back with the leaders. I don't know. I see 23 seconds, and yeah, that's not a big gap. They should be able to see them. They're back there at that, where you see that white building in the background.
Just having that character chase for those riders and that quartet gives you so much motivation.
Yeah, and I don't see that everybody in this group will give it their all, or even should. You know, like a guy like Logan Unger here, maybe he can afford to sit back a little bit, make Mike Woods and Marcus Shelton do more of the work.
Do you think that's something you learn with age and experience, and situations that you've been in the past, where you know you can afford to ease off and not show your card too much, whereas right now he's in a situation where he's in an incredible place, he's right in the thick of the action, he wants to make sure that this group stays away, and everyone else is just utilizing and benefiting from him?
Yeah, I mean, obviously it's easy for us to sit here in the studio and say what they should or shouldn't do.
Yeah.
I mean, they know how they're feeling, they can tell how the others are feeling, but it is quite possible that he's getting excited right now because the position he's in. I mean, he has the ability to win a lot of money right now,
yeah.
and he's on live television, and that can get to you as a younger rider, someone who hasn't been in that situation. But at the same time, he could be feeling great, and he wants this group to succeed, not anyone else to come back. Look at Mike Woods checking over, assessing the group behind, always aware of her surroundings, very experienced professional. And he looks good, you know, the legs are turning over quite smoothly. Clearly he and Marcus are the strongest of this group. They came across out of the chase group on their own. I know Brendan and Kent took a little bit to get there, so not quite as sharp as those two. Oh, those Ian and Cole are very close.
It's saying 35 seconds, but they're making successful inroads. Now Simon Pellu comes through for the first time. He needed some time just to recover and recuperate from some big efforts that he did earlier on in the day's breakaway. But he's giving Alexei Vermeulen a bit of a hard time in coming through. But the Modern Adventure duo, they really want to make sure that they can get themselves back in the front of this race, and they really want to try and commit themselves.
All aboard the Kessler train right now.
That's how it feels, doesn't it?
Yeah.
A one-way ticket.
I've been on that wheel. It's fun. But this group, yeah, they're working well together. Even the guys like Brennan, who've been off the front all day, he's still got the power to work. But look at that. Great shot. That gives us exact perspective of what's going on. They can see him in the distance, and that gives them a lot of motivation.
Great shot.
Yeah, nice up close and personal. Cole's been working hard on his position to get more aerodynamic. It's paying off right now.
He looks at one with the bike, doesn't he?
Yeah.
He looks so smooth.
I'm sure Ian's sister Vita is watching right now. For those of you who don't know, she's a world-class mountain bike racer on the World Cup.
Racing with Trinity Racing. She's really a fantastic talent, isn't she?
Yeah.
Probably no doubt off to Korea, actually, for the first round of the Mountain Bike World Series.
I asked Ian the other day, how's it feel to be the second best in the family? And he said, yeah, I'm Vita's brother. He's proud, very proud of her.
Yeah. I can only imagine. She's a fantastic talent.
Oh, motorbike might be in the way here. Cole doesn't care.
Bit of a death stare coming through. Yeah. Get on the train, would you? You didn't pay for your ticket. You can't be here for free.
32 seconds. I mean, that's right. They've taken a couple seconds back. Definitely more urgency in that chase group than we see here.
These roads perfect for the chasing quartet to be able to see the leading group up ahead. They've got the carrot that's dangling just in front of them with 25.6 kilometers to go, 15.9 miles remaining. They have to fully commit in this chasing quartet.
Yeah, that front group, if they hesitate at all or start to miss turns, it's going to be crucial. They'll lose that 30 seconds in no time.
Can we just appreciate what a fantastic ride Brandon Wirtz has had today?
I'm very impressed with his ride today.
The fact that he's been in the breakaway earlier on, he knew he had to get into a breakaway if he wanted to survive some of the climbs. He did that successfully. The breakaway came back. He's made it into the key moves once again. He's right in the thick of the action. And it's no easy feat to get yourself over those gradients of 15, 16, 17, 18, 19% when you're as tall as Brennan Wirtz.
Exactly, but he's ridden very smart. Like in the early break, got a head start on King Ridge and Skaggs, forced the others to make a violent effort to come back. You know, Matt Beers spent a lot of energy closing that gap down, and then did it again before the Geysers got another 3-minute lead. And then, yeah, now you see Marcus Shelton, Mike Woods, they had to make the effort to get back to him. So riding extremely well.
30 seconds! Forward! 30 seconds!
Guys are getting time gaps. It's crucial in this position to know.
Crash in the women's race. Cecilia Decker has come down and she's not looking too good there. A big, big shame for the rider who has been animating this race so far.
I wonder what happened.
Shame.
Oh, I hate to see that.
Awful to see the situation at this point.
Maybe they just crossed wheels or something. It looks like. It's hard to tell if it's a downhill or a flat road.
Well, that is a huge shame for Cecilia Decker. She's clearly in a lot of discomfort, pain, and landed hard there. Oh, we wish Cecilia Decker all the very best. It's never nice to see anyone come down in a crash.
Can't see that group ahead of them anymore. I don't know if these guys are losing time or it's just that the road has turned and we can't see them. I'm staying 37 seconds, so maybe they're slowly losing ground.
"37 seconds with 22.9 kilometers to go." Cole Kessler, Ian Lopez, Simon Perlu and Alexei Vermeulen, the chasing quartet to a strong group of 6 riders, including Brennan Wirtz, Mike Woods, Logan Unger, as well as Kent Ross, who bridged across. Really impressive from him. Marcus Shelton.
Brennan Johnson.
And Brennan Johnson. What's coming up for the riders in the final 23 kilometers or so now? What do they have to take on? Is there a key point on the course where perhaps the chasing quartet can come back, somewhere which is going to be advantageous to the leading 6 here? What does it look like?
Yeah, so they're about to take a right turn on Chalk Hill Road, and if you can see on that profile there, that little bump has proved to be crucial the last 2 years. Like I said, I think it's where Keegan and Matt left a group of guys last year to bridge across to Marcus and Con McDunphy, and that amazing, exciting finale we had last year. So I see 100% Marcus and or Mike Woods giving it a go on that kicker. It's about a 1 kilometer, pretty stiff pitch, and it's a great opportunity for someone who still has a lot left in the tank and the capabilities like Mike Woods has, where he can really hit that hard and possibly even go solo.
He's certainly shown the capabilities to be able to do so and really pick his moment.
I mean, we're talking about somebody with a decade worth of experience at the top of the World Tour. He's got a World Championship medal in road race. Grand Tour stage wins, an amazing win on Puy de Dôme 3 years ago in the Tour de France. He has an incredible sense of what's happening around him and how to gauge his effort and when to take advantage of the situation. These guys have slowly lost a little bit of time. You can see that not quite as urgent as they were before. It's probably because they lost sight of that group ahead. But nonetheless, they're going to push on because, like I said, you know, that group is going to get towards the end and they're going to start to play around.
And you can really see a change in body language as well. For example, with Alexei Vermeulen, you can see the shoulders starting to rock and roll. You can really start to see the fatigue set in as well. So that is also a huge factor after such a long race. For those who perhaps are just joining, 138 miles in total, the Growler, with 14,000 feet of elevation. This is an absolute brute of a race.
And here they are on that chalk hill road I was talking about. This is just the beginning of it, fast part. But in about 2 kilometers time, they're going to hit that, maybe a little bit more, I misspoke, maybe 4K from here. They're going to hit that kicker that I was talking about. And they're still working quite well together.
Must be an amazing feeling for these amateurs and those who are doing the various different routes to have front row seats of the front group coming charging past. This is train number 1 whilst the Cole Kessler train is trying to chase back on. But what a sight to behold. What a moment for them to experience and see what's happening at the front of the race and just get a sense of how fast this group is traveling.
Yeah, and speaking of which, this year, we've created a little watch party zone with about 7 kilometers to go. So those Fondo riders that are currently on course ahead of these guys, because they've done shorter routes, they're going to get the opportunity to pull over at a new kind of aid station we have set up with 7K to go. And we're doing that to clear the road for the last 7 kilometers for these elites to truly fight it out in the sprint and not have to navigate any traffic. So that watch party has just been activated.
Great.
They're starting to collect people in that zone so that by the time these guys get into the streets of Windsor in the last 7 kilometers, they have clear sailing. I really appreciate that for those who are pulling over to take a break and watch the elites go by.
But a brilliant festival for everybody to be together as well at that point at the watch party, and to share that moment, to see how exciting this race is and is going to be all the way into the finish here in Windsor. In the women's race on the right hand side, in the women's elite race, this is still Paige Onweller,
about almost 40 seconds.
Just inside 70 kilometers to go, 34 seconds.
So she hasn't gained a ton of time, but that means that they're working somewhat behind. They're not just soft pedaling and letting her go easily.
I guess it's something for Paige Onweller where she needs to pace herself on the climb as well. You can't go flat stick from the beginning of the climb.
I get the sense that she can go all day at a very high speed, but might not have the punch of some other riders.
The chasing quartet now starting to split up, with Alexei Vermeulen now starting to suffer under the impetus of Cole Kessler, who is taking Simon Pellew, the Swissman, in the green jersey along with him. He's desperate to get back to the front of the race.
You know,
he's on home roads.
It could be that Cole's making a final effort going into that pitch to try to launch Ian across. I don't know. We'll see.
And for Ian, this is special.
A big group.
It's the fact that he's on home roads and in a situation to try and win his home race.
Yeah.
And he gets the opportunity once every year.
Exactly. You know, I was talking to, I think I was talking to Luke yesterday about it. You know, I had the fortune of racing the Tour of California on some of these roads right here in my hometown, and it pushed me to be better, and it just automatically makes you more focused and faster, and I experienced that, and I think Ian is experiencing that today.
How much does it benefit you psychologically, knowing that you've got thousands of people cheering you on? You also have your friends and family who are here. That must be so special and give you that extra edge too.
Absolutely. You know, that you feel at home. These are your roads, your friends are out there. It's a good pressure to have. I think that it elevates almost anyone to ride beyond what they thought they could, and that's a valuable experience to have, because it makes you realize that you can push yourself harder than you thought. These guys are getting really close to that kicker that I was talking about. Maybe another kilometer or two, and we're going to see it. And for sure, they're going to try something. I'm hoping we can stay with the men's lead group as we get closer.
There's going to be some tired legs out there, but they're going to lie it and leave it all out on the road in the final 10.4 miles of the race. The gap to the chasing quartet now grown to 55 seconds, and this is touch and go as to whether they can try and come back at this point in the race. They'll be hoping that the leading six might start to look at each other at some point, and that will give them an opportunity to try and get themselves back into the front of the race. Whether they want to try and use that climb as a launch pad to try and come across and try and close the deficit, or at least a large part of the deficit.
Yeah, they're just a couple minutes away from that ramp that I was talking about. Oh, as Cole jumps away from the group behind. Cole's riding very impressive today. Look, I mean, he's been in the break, and he's still driving this group along. This has been a bit of a dark zone for us in the past with cell coverage and Starlink, so I'm hoping we get to see what unfolds here.
When you take a look at the makeup of this group and the leading group of six, how do you envisage what each and every rider has got a different attribute, a different characteristic of how they could try and win? When you take a look, what do you think could unfold for some of these riders? Is it a case of they know they can wait for a sprint between the six of them and they know they can try and win that? Some riders certainly won't want to take this to a sprint of six riders.
Absolutely not. I don't know. I can't tell you who's the quickest of these guys. That's a tough call, and it's going to come down to who's got the most left in the tank. But I think right now, as we head into that kicker that I'm talking about, it's all eyes are on Mike Woods and Marcus Shelton. They've proved to be the strongest over the geysers, and I would expect that, you know, when you're the strongest guy, you want to whittle the group down. You want to increase your chances with less riders, and so I'm going to predict Mike Woods is going to give it a real go here. Pain is finally showing on Brennan's face. That's understandable. Over 200 kilometers into this thing, and this is the bottom of this last little climb I'm talking about, and it's not steep right away, but as they come around the corner, it's going to kick up. Let's pray for our images to hold together through here.
Yeah, because it's going to be a thriller to see what unfolds on this section of the course. Who wants to try and make a move? Who wants to try and break away and split things up? Make sure that they don't take any riders who are potentially faster than them to the finish line.
The next 2 minutes are really crucial for this race. As you see Mike Woods at the back. He looks antsy to me.
Over the minute marker, 1 minute and 3 seconds.
Oh, and
for
our
Ian
drone
Lopez.
to the rescue.
Look at this, wow. What a beautiful shot on this section of the course. 14 kilometers to go.
Yeah, I see a very antsy Mike Woods. I think he's ready to go, ready to pounce. Let's hope we get to see it.
Brennan Johnson kicking things on at the front of the group in the white jersey.
Not
Do you have to try and take the surprise on this kind of climb? You've got to get the surprise of everybody.
Yeah, a little bit, but it's quite steep right here. So, you know, this is it right here. This is your opportunity. If you're feeling good, you got to go for it. I'm not sure if everybody has reconned this section, and like I know most of these guys know, but I don't know if Mike was able to ride this part.
It's going to have a huge bearing in particular for those who haven't seen the run into the finish and key moments where they might be able to try and make a move. He's had quite a packed week, hasn't he?
There's only a few hundred meters left. I'm surprised nobody has tried anything yet.
Do you think it's a case of they just simply don't have the legs, or for some of these riders, they don't have the legs? Brennan Wirtz has spent so many kilometres, basically every kilometre of this race so far in the breakaway. Logan Unger, he bridged across to Wirtz and Cole Kessler when they were a duo, and he bridged across in pretty formidable fashion.
I think that somebody has to be feeling better than the others, but yeah, it looks like stalemate. Kind of surprised by that.
Nobody wanting to show the card. With the chasing quartet, the gap grows to 1 minute and 12 seconds. And they've used up so much energy in trying to chase, but without much success so far. They're running out of kilometres, they're running out of miles, and the gap only continues to grow for Kessler, Lopez, Vermeulen, and Pello.
And that's it. They're over the top, and so it's going to become very tactical now. And it's anyone's race to win.
Ken Ross at the back of the group. He was one of the last riders to join this leading group of 5, as it were. Inside 13 kilometres to go. A little reminder of the group of riders. Mike Woods at the back here in the white jersey. Stage winner in the Tour de France, stage winner in the Vuelta a España. Recently retired from World Tour professional cycling, but certainly has brought his A game here to the Growler in Sonoma County in California. At the back of the group in the pink jersey, number 41, that's Logan Unger, the 22-year-old who is having the ride of his life. Number 2 is Marcus Shelton, who took a podium finish 1 year ago, taking 3rd place behind Keegan Swenson and Con McDumphy. Brennan Wirtz been in the breakaway for the majority of the day in that navy blue jersey. The tall, rangy figure of Wirtz, once again, is showing what a class bike rider he is. Brandon Johnson, the white jersey, black shorts with the green helmet. One of the last riders to come across. Really impressive ride from the Australian. Now they're starting to think, how can they beat their rivals in this group? How can they try and get the upper hand? What do they have to try and do Get into the roundabout with 500 meters to go, straight on at the roundabout. The final turn comes with 100 meters to go. So if this comes down to a sprint of 6 riders, positioning's crucial. Where you want to try and open up from is critical.
Yeah, I'm surprised that maybe they're waiting a little bit more time until they get closer. You know, they must be actually traveling pretty quickly. The speed must be pretty high because they've been cooperating well together. Like, look at Brendan still taking turns deep into this race. He's been off the front a lot. Very impressive ride by Brendan.
This is going to be the ride of his life.
I don't think I don't think he expected this. You know, I got the feeling he definitely wasn't counting on a day like this when I spoke to him yesterday.
The stars are aligning for Brendan Wirtz. Kessler and Pello, they're not giving up.
Cole still has gas in the tank. That's really great to see out of a young rider like that. And it looks like Alexi and Ian are just done. Simon still coming through as well. Really impressive day by him.
They've done the right thing here by not waiting to keep it as a quartet between Kessler and Pello. That at one point, especially when you see that gap go over the 1 minute and 15 second marker, you've got to try and give it the last nudge. It's that fighting spirit all the way until the end here, and especially for Kessler, who's racing in his home state, really important. And what a day for him if he can try and pull this one off.
Yeah, like I said, I mean, these guys are working really well together, but once they start playing games, that gap can shrink really quickly. I'm not sure what it is right now. I think, you know, last time we saw it was a minute or even more. So highly unlikely that they come back. I think the winner is obviously going to come from one of these 6 riders we're seeing on screen right now.
Of these riders, I'm looking at how he's been going through, contributing, but still keeping himself as aerodynamic as possible is Logan Unger in that pink jersey, the white helmet, looking really aerodynamic. He looks like he's a rider who can really pack a punch come a finish line.
Yeah, I mean, he's an unknown here. I mean, he could surprise the rest of them. He looks really good. So we are almost to the city limits here, the town of Windsor, back home, hurling themselves towards the festival and the finish line. And it's anybody's guess who's going to take the $25,000 check. I can't predict this.
But that's massive to think about as well for these riders, to have such a huge check on the line. One of the largest, actually, if not the largest one-day prize purse in the world.
Yeah, I mean,
WorldTour or otherwise.
It is, yeah. The Paris-Roubaix men, last time I looked, was 90,000 euro. But that's just for the men. So yeah, we have $156,000 today on offer for the men and the women. You know, huge thanks to our presenting sponsor Skipstone for that, for putting up the money to give back to the athletes and help us, forge a new way of road racing in America. I really believe in the format that we've got going here, and this is super exciting. Look at this, 6 guys rolling into town. There's the watch party I was talking about. Everybody gets to cheer them on, and now the roads are clear in front of them, and they get to maneuver and play games. And the women are, you know, they're on that lower part of the Geysers climb, and it looks like one of Lauren Stevens' teammates is making it hard and most likely setting it up for an attack from Lauren, trying to soften everyone else up.
Yeah,
that's what I think is going on here.
It looks like it's Kylie Hannell once again, doesn't it? Stevens' teammate, who we've already seen her try and make a move off the front earlier on. She's been really active. Only 20 years of age, but what a great talent and what a teammate to have. She's setting such a pace that riders 1s and 2s just going out the back of the group.
Yeah. Pretty surprised by the continuing cohesion of this men's lead group. Mike Woods looks solid.
Yeah, no one's really showing any signs that they want to try and sit on the group. They want to try and skip a turn. They want to play poker almost. Everybody's still very cohesive going through. Look at Unger, the way he gets himself so aerodynamic, gets himself behind Brennan Wirtz, got plenty of shelter.
Yeah, he picked the right wheel, didn't he?
He certainly did. I mean, we say it as a joke, but it also makes a huge difference.
Oh,
and you've got a
absolutely.
huge benefit, haven't you?
I did it all the time.
Speaking from experience, Levi Leipheimer.
No, I mean, just last week, I did a lake lap around Lake Tahoe with Cole and Ian and another friend of mine. We were just sitting on the back of them because they were riding tempo, and it was a nice draft. And I kept fighting for Cole's wheel because I have the experience. I know which wheel to pick. Yeah, then clearly there will be an attack from Lauren Stevens once they hit the steep part of the Geysers. She must be feeling good. The men are running out of road to try anything. I'd like to see Brennan give it a go. If he can get a gap.
How special would
really
this be
hard to...
for Brennan if he could pull off the win, having spent so much time in the breakaway? He's done more kilometers in the breakaway than anybody in this front group today.
That's true.
And for him, he knows these roads. This is a special event to him. You know, last year he was one of the animators, the protagonists early on in the race. But right now, he's in a situation where he's got 4.3 kilometers to go.
And I think the games have begun. They're starting to look around. People are missing poles. Yeah. Mike Woods is lurking around in the back.
Brennan Johnson with Logan Unger, just wanting to keep things rolling, and he's really attentive now. This is a situation where you almost want to put it into one side of the road, or want sort of be on the yellow line or be on the white line. Don't be in the middle. You don't want riders to give riders the opportunity to come from left and right, and you're having to patrol both sides.
Exactly. Mark is still willing to pull through. Mike's still willing to pull through. I'm not sure what to read into that. They must like their chances in the sprint.
Which is interesting, isn't it?
I don't think Mike's slow.
No,
you know,
not at all. He's got a good kick, but maybe he's banking on the fact he knows he needs to. Oh, here we go, and Logan Unger has continued to roll things on in that pink jersey. He takes a look over his left-hand shoulder, and it's left to Marcus Shelton, who's got to do the chasing to the 22-year-old. Meanwhile, behind, at the back of the group, is Kent Ross in the green jersey, who can just follow and take the shelter from Brennan Wirtz.
Yeah, he's a real unknown in this group, so clearly he's got a lot of road experience. He could pull it off. I think he won that last stage of Redlands in a small group sprint, so he's got the capabilities. And he's riding like it too.
If I remember correctly, Marcus Shelton was second on that stage as well, that final stage that Kent Ross won, so he clearly fancies his chances.
Yeah, look at that. You're exactly right. Small group sprint, and Kent Ross won. So I kind of have to count him as the favorite right now. Someone we hadn't even talked about at all, I think, coming into the day. I would think the others would want to try to get away from him.
Mike Woods almost sizing everybody up, just taking a look. What does the facial expression look like on the face of these riders? Who are the key riders that he might want to follow into the final 500 meters? Don't forget, 500 meters to go. They get to that roundabout. It's straight on, taking the second exit out of the roundabout. Then with 100 meters to go, the final turn, right-hand turn, and then it's that straight all the way into the finish here in Windsor, right outside the town green.
Yeah, they're gonna go under the 101 highway here, take a left, and I think it's about 2 kilometers to go. Look at Brennan. I think he's gonna get a run at it.
He's a strong, powerful rider, isn't he? He's got a great turn of speed on him. It's just, what has he got left after such an arduous, brutal day in the breakaway?
Exactly. But at the position he's in right now, if he can surprise him, get a gap.
I mean, you spend a lot of time with Brennan Wirtz, and you know his qualities and his capabilities. What's his sprint like?
That's a good question. I don't know. You know, he's a gravel guy, and gravel races don't necessarily come down to a sprint all the time. So I couldn't answer that.
He's positioning himself in 6th wheel. He's got the overview. He's in a very beneficial place right now because he only has to watch what riders are doing in front of him and then have to follow the moves.
And Marcus Shelton on the right. Or no, Logan Unger trying to sneak away again. He's been trying to do these sneaky sort of drift off the front moves.
Kent Ross wanted to take up
and Brennan Wirtz
back. Brennan Wirtz goes on the left-hand side. The man who's looking to try and take the victory after so many kilometers in the breakaway today. He's been there from kilometer 0. Now being chased down by Kent Ross, who came across to this group. He's in good form, and look at this currently. Getting into the final 1,500 meters at the back of the group, Logan Unger is biding his time and he's being patient. Brennan Wirtz has already shown his card. What can Mike Woods do? How can Brendan Johnson try and beat these 5 riders and try and take a great victory here in the Growler?
You have to go through this last corner first. It's crucial. Kent Ross on the front, controlling it. I would jump now if I were them.
Brendan Johnson goes on the left-hand side. Mike Woods starts to accelerate as well. Marcus Shelton, he knows this finish after a 3rd place a year ago. He's looking to try and make it a victory, and taking and leading things in is Brendan Johnson, the 34-year-old, who is leading things in all the way to the finish. But look at this, a drag race all the way to the finish line. It was close on the line.
Mike Woods? No.
That looks as though Marcus Shelton, after a 3rd place 1 year ago, he's taken the victory. The 21-year-old wins the Growler. What a win. What a race. He got the jump. It was a drag race, and he knew it was so important to get into that final right-hand corner. A drag race between him and Brendan Johnson. Mike Woods will go away from that feeling a little bit disappointed. Meanwhile, Cole Kessler and Simon Perlou, they're still fully committed into the closing kilometers. My question is, I don't think Simon Perlou has got the legs to come through and contribute with Cole Kessler. No, he's just going to sit on while Kessler, he does up the dials on the shoes. Through the roundabout with 500 meters to go, entering into Windsor, out the other side. Still placings to be had. Racing for 7th place currently. What a victory for Marcus Shelton. Simon Perlou tries to get the jump on Cole Kessler. Look at this from the Swissman as Cole Kessler is putting him under pressure right now. Kessler knows that he needs to take this in first place, and the strong 22-year-old from Malibu is leading things, and he's looking to try and take 7th place ahead of Simon Perlou. Well, chapeau, Cole Kessler. What a ride, what a performance. It's 8th place for Simon Perlou. What a finale.
I was hoping to get it down to group of 4, you know, like, or 3. Yeah. But it is too far.
Well, it's fantastic to hear the riders discussing and dissecting what went on straight away. Meanwhile, in the elite women's race, this is the defending champion, Lauren Stevens, who has really started to open up a gap currently. Sarah Lang trying to come across with that laboured style, but it's effective. Stevens, she just looks so smooth, doesn't she? Things really starting to split. What's that? A group behind of 4 riders who are in the chase. Sarah Lang is going to make the junction. Looks as though that is Haley Preen, Sophia Gomez, Kate Corney right at the back of the group in that blue jersey. Such a fantastic time trialist, Lauren Stevens. 22 professional victories to her name. And she's really putting the 4 chasers under pressure. Haley Preen, the 27-year-old from Cape Town. Second place a week ago at Sea Otter, behind Sophia Gomez. Well, Levi Leipheimer has managed to get to the finish line to try and catch some interviews, and in particular with Marcus Shelton. Levi, what have you got?
I'm here with the winner of the Growler, Marcus Shelton. After 2nd place last year, he came back for redemption and delivered. Marcus, can you tell us about what was going through your head in the last 10K? We saw the 6 of you together. Nobody really tried an attack, which was surprising to me, but what were you thinking about? What was your strategy?
Yeah, I wanted it to stay together pretty much. That end is really long, and there's a headwind usually, and we just rolled really well with that big group, and I figured, you know, why not keep it together? Maybe I had thoughts of trying to whittle it down a little bit to like a smaller group, but I mean, I'm pretty confident in my sprint, and it paid off.
It certainly did. What did you gain in experience from last year that you put into play this year on this course?
Definitely the ending. I remember Keegan jumped us last year into that roundabout, and it's not very long after that roundabout. It's like 50 meters, 100 meters, and yeah, you just have to be first or second wheel through that roundabout, just punch out of it with everything you have.
Exactly. Well, congratulations, and we'll see you at the podium.
Yeah, thank you.
Are we still rolling?
Yeah, we'll get it later. Levi's in
Are we still going?
Yeah. Anyway, that was
So here with second place, Brennan Johnson. Brennan, I was just talking to Marcus about the final. We saw the 6 of you together. I was a little surprised there weren't any moves on the chalk hill, which was that last like 1 kilometer kicker. Was that going through your mind? Were you about to try something? What were you thinking was going to happen?
To be honest, I was like kind of happy to sprint. I've had some, like in the past, you know, a few key moments in races like this that are quite long, and the sprint is okay. So I was just hoping when I thought Marcus might go because he had great legs all day, and he was like every climb. I only just made it with him and Mike over Geysers. So yeah, I expected one of them to go there, but I think, yeah, I'm not sure. I maybe they were back in their sprint too. Obviously he was right too, because he came around me in the line there and pit me, but yeah, it was a good day out.
Well, I was watching the final, and as I was commentating with Hannah, you guys got to like 200, 250 meters ago, and I said, I would go now, and it was right when you went. And so obviously you did your homework. You saw the final yesterday or the day before. It's not far to the finish, and you know, I guess what was it? What's your takeaway from today? What would you describe the course to be? You know, road racing, gravel racing. What's your take from today?
It was certainly nothing like I've ever done before. Just a mix of sort of unpaved roads, lots of sort of rougher roads, but at the same time I was thinking this is just gorgeous to be riding through here. And the climbing, actually, there's a lot, but it's sort of like, it just happens in the group, you know, and before you know it, you're sort of, well, at Geysers definitely the end there, I felt that, but yeah, before you know it, it's kind of over and you're taking that descent on. But yeah, into the finish, I'm staying with Aaron, a local here, and he sort of pointed out the finish this morning, and yeah, I sort of knew that if my best chance was to go before the right hands, and did that, but still got past in the end there. But no, a stellar day out. I think yeah, I'd like to come back.
Well, congratulations and thanks for coming. We'll talk to you later.
Yeah, thanks.
Where did Kent go? I think we lost.
Fantastic to hear from Brendan Johnson, second place there for the Australian rider, as well as Marcus Shelton, the local rider, 21 years of age, who takes the victory after a third place finish 1 year ago. He knew exactly what he needed to do to try and take that victory. Meanwhile, look at this with Lauren Stevens and Sarah Lang. Lang was getting close to the back wheel of Stevens. She just gets herself into the rhythm, doesn't she, Lauren Stevens? Take a look at this. The way that she is on the bike, gets herself into a nice, comfortable position. Really smooth with her gear selection as well. Gets herself into a groove, little bit of movement in the upper body, but it's effective for Stevens. She's looking to try and do the double. She's looking to try and go back to back. Well, it was tied on the line for first and second. Third place, however, Levi Leipheimer is at the finish line to chat to third place in the Growler.
All right, we're here with third place Kent Ross. Kent, we were watching the studio. The 6 of you were working really well together, actually. Again, surprised that nobody was trying anything. I know that you won the last stage in Redlands, the Sunset Loop. I'm a past winner myself. I know how hard that loop is. I know it takes a bit of a sprint there in the end, which obviously you were banking on that you could win this in the sprint. Can you tell us about the final?
Yeah, to be honest, I knew there were some weird turns in the last few hundred meters, and I did not do my homework as well as I should have, so I was pretty lucky. I think if I'd led the last quarter, I probably would have missed the turn, so I was honestly pretty fortunate to be in third, but when we got to the bottom of the hill, my legs were pretty cooked, so I was just kind of in recovery mode and trying to salvage a result the best I could. But I started feeling pretty good the last few K. I was considering Marcus, who won, was riding the best, and I honestly thought he was going to go on the chalk hill climb. And when he didn't go, I was like kind of questioning whether I should go, but I think it's a long way to the finish from there, and it's kind of so hard. So I decided, yeah, wait for the finish, see how I could do.
So we were watching on the geysers, and Mike and Marcus, they bolted out, and they were trying to catch the lead guys. And then all of a sudden, out of the fog, you appeared.
Yeah.
And surprised us all. What was going through your mind there? Could you see them the whole time, or did you just claw your way back?
Yeah, I could see them. I wasn't that familiar with the last climb, so I didn't want to go too into the red to get there. And when we crested the hill, I could see Alexi behind me, and I kind of thought they were going to catch back up. I'd forgotten the brake was still up the road, so I was kind of just like figured I wouldn't go too far on the red, and I'd just catch them on the downhill. So I just tried to conserve as much as I could.
All right, well, great job, and thanks for coming. We'll see you on the podium.
Thank you.
Brilliant third place for Kent Ross, the man who's in great form, and he makes it onto the podium of the Growler behind Marcus Shelton and Brendan Johnson. In the chase, this is Hayley Preen, the South African rider who's with Kate Courtney, Sophia Gomez, one other rider in that black jersey at the back of this group. Good to see that Kate Courtney now, she's discarded the long sleeve jersey, gotten rid of that, and it was flapping in the wind for some fair time, wasn't it? Just aerodynamic wise, far better to either have the jacket zipped up or to get rid of it completely. And Hayley Preen is one of those riders currently in that white jersey who she's fully committed, wanting to try and close this gap to two riders who she knows are real key critical riders, and they can become real dangers later on. 47.6 kilometers to go, just less than 30 miles remaining. The riders spread across this climb of the geysers. 50 seconds is the deficit for the four chasers. Stevens really opening up a nice solid advantage currently. And she's not waiting for Sarah Lang to come with her. She knows that she can do this alone. She knows she's got the capabilities to hang on and use this section of the course to her ability. One question is behind, with the fatigue really starting to set in. Who's got the legs to do a lot of the chasing? That is the question. Comes off the back of a very, very successful week last week, winning the Redlands overall, winning a stage. The worst result across the 5 stages was 9th place, just showing the calibre of Lauren Stevens. And Levi, this gap now to the 4 chasers, Hayley Preen, Courtney, Gomez, and one other rider in that black jersey, now 56 seconds. Nobody really wants to take it up. Preen has done a lot of work, and now finally Gomez comes through to try and contribute.
Yeah, I'm just catching back up as I was out interviewing the men.
Catching your breath back as well.
Exactly.
Quick dash.
I think that's Samara Shepard is the 4th rider. My guess is that these 4, they knew what was coming with Lauren's attack. She did it last year, and I'll bet even if they haven't verbally agreed, they know to just sort of work together, and they've got a lot. I mean, they've got 47 kilometers to get back to her, and last year they got really close. Actually, we didn't really get to see it last year, how close the gap was at the end, but she did start to lose time, and so they know that, right? They know that from last year, and I imagine they're going to work together and just try to slowly bring her back, get back into this race.
Yeah, you're quite right. It is Samara Shepard in the black jersey, number 30, who is in this group.
What a turn of events for Kate Courtney.
Yeah, definitely. Considering how she was looking sort of 100 kilometers ago,
I mean,
this is a turn up for the books.
Exactly what I was saying. You know, she going through a bad moment. You just have to talk to yourself in those moments and say, hey, it can be better. I just need to keep fighting. And she did. And look at this. She looks great now. And it looks like there's a couple coming back.
Even with her pedaling style, she's looking far more comfortable than she was earlier on. And whatever the issue she was suffering with seems to have overcome that now.
Aaliyah Shafee and number 10, remind me?
Yeah, this is the teammate of Lauren Stevens. This is Kylie Hannell, the 20-year-old from Portland, Oregon, who...
She was doing a lot of the work on the lower
she
slopes
did.
of the climb and obviously riding really well. She now has a free ride.
Also in this group is... Oh, they've joined forces. So they've joined the group of Haley Preen and co. That's made 6 riders in the chase to Lauren Stevens. Don't forget that there's 1 rider in between Lauren Stevens and the 6 chasers, and that is Sarah Lang. She's still lurking between the groups. She couldn't quite get to Lauren Stevens. She was only around 4 or 5 bike lengths, but just couldn't quite get there. And Stevens wasn't having any of it to sit up and wait and allow her to come back.
Well, that's interesting. That might be a mistake that comes back to bite her by not waiting for her. We saw that last year with Marcus Shelton and Con McDunphy. Marcus dropped Con, and then Con came back and dropped him. And if they had just stayed together at times when each were feeling better than the next, they would have made it to the finish. I'm almost positive. So that could be what we're seeing right now. If she had just waited for Sarah, that could have been the smarter move, but we don't know. We have to wait and see. We'll see what happens on the downhill. I know Sophia is quite comfortable on these roads descending. Kate should be okay. She's world mountain bike champion, so. They've just crossed the highest point of the entire day, the Geyser Summit, 3,000 feet. And they're starting the very technical, foggy descent. That comes in a couple parts, right? We saw the band. They do this descent. It's about a 4 or 5 minute descent. Then there's like a 4-minute climb. And then another like 8 to 10 minute descent after that. And Sophia takes the lead because she seems quite confident on the downhills. Maybe it's time for the motorbike to get out of the way, though.
Yeah, just have to give the riders the space on this kind of descent, particularly with limited vision and limited visibility in front of you. Meanwhile, Lauren Stevens just taking that corner a bit gingerly. Sometimes she can be quite a cautious rider.
Yeah.
She doesn't always seem too comfortable and confident on some of the descents or some real key technical sections of a course. But I guess that's why she has to try and take advantage on other parts of the course which really suit her.
Yeah, and I know, she's had a very serious injury in the past, and that stays with you. Unfortunately, it's something that a lot of riders do experience, and it's hard to shake that off. It's understandable. This is a short descent, so hopefully she can claw her way back on the next climb. That's a really hard corner right there.
She'll be happy in these conditions that the worst part of that is behind her. She's onto her favoured terrain. back onto the climbs where she can make even more of an impression and try and grow that gap to over a minute to the 6 chasers behind. She makes it look effortless, the way that she races and the way that she rides. She's so smooth.
I thought we were watching Lauren DiCrescenzo there for a second. I think I got confused. It's hard to tell with the lens all fogged up like that.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, Lauren, she looks relaxed. Looks like she still has a lot of power left. But it's a long ways to go.
I'm wondering where the rider who's in the chase, Sarah Lang, is, and what is her deficit to Lauren Stevens. Here she is.
She is, and she's already climbing. She's not that far behind.
This has been a really impressive performance so far for Sarah Lang. The fact that she's been one of the key instigators and the real protagonists of the race so far.
So I'm seeing 53 seconds to Sarah Lang, and of course then the chase group is right behind her. So I think it's all going to come together, and then that last 30K once they're back down in the valley, that's the real question mark. Can they bring Lauren Stevens back? Look at how strong Kate Courtney's turning out to be at the end of this race. Looks like she's dropped Aaliyah and Kylie once again.
As well as Samara Shepherd.
Yeah.
She's not able to follow the accelerations from Kate Courtney, Sophia Gomez.
Yeah,
and Haley
Courtney,
Preen. Yeah.
Sophia, the mountain bikers shredding the downhill.
But it makes a huge difference, a huge impact to the way you race when you're really comfortable on technical sections, and when the weather conditions are a little bit adverse. Having those technical abilities and bike handling skills, it's so important across the board. But for those 3 riders, this is where they really come into their own, and they can really have the advantage over the others.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, sometimes in races, that's the only thing that separates the peloton are these technical downhills. There's Lauren DiCrescenzo. So she's still in it. She's doing well. Didn't lose that much time on the descent. You see Samara and Aaliyah and Kylie just ahead. The problem is there's another bigger downhill after this. Minute and 4 seconds to Lauren Stevens.
What kind of time gap would Lauren Stevens need if she wants to be able to hold off 4 riders who are chasing, and in particular once she gets to the bottom of the descent of the geysers down the other side and on that long stretch of flat roads, which is really, really fast, the running all the way into Windsor. Against 4 riders, what kind of gap would you envisage she needs to try and take back-to-back wins here?
Just really depends on if she stays fueled and doesn't run out of energy. I mean, she's going to spend a lot of time off the front, and last year she was losing time, and they were coming quickly at her by the finish. The chase just ran out of road last year, so it could be the same thing this year. If the group behind stays cooperative and with a goal in mind of chasing her down, it's absolutely possible. It's only a minute right now. 41 kilometers to go. This race is definitely not over.
And we've seen this fighting spirit of these riders. When they've been dropped, they've been able to haul the way back up to groups as well. So it's certainly not over. Leah Shaffi, number 2, just with Lauren De Crescenzo currently.
Yeah, all the women that we're watching have a lot of fighting spirit. I mean, these women are tough. They don't give up easily. I mean, we saw Kate being dropped, 2 hours ago.
Yeah.
And here she is leading the charge to chase down Lauren Stevens, last year's champion.
If they get the cohesion right in that group of 4 and they really start to commit, and perhaps Haley Preen really needs to try and force Sofia Gomez to try and come through, and they start to work well together and they do their turns, that's where they can really start to eat into this advantage of Lauren Stevens.
Absolutely. Lauren will only slowly get more tired and slow down, and the group behind can actually speed up when they get to the flats because they start to get more of a rest. Right now, it's equal, right? Like Lauren has been able to put time in them because it's just been either uphill very steeply or downhill very steeply. And so there's not a lot of advantage of being in the group. The 4 together we see behind are not benefiting from the draft, but soon that will change and the advantage will swing in their favor. And so if they can stay focused and keep working together and nobody falls apart or plays games, they can absolutely erase that 1 minute, 11 second gap. And I think Lauren she's clearly a good descender on the road bike. I don't see her losing much time to these, the girls behind on this big geysers descent that we're about to start, but the real race begins at the bottom of the descent. Kylie Hanel's on her way back to the group.
She's having such a standout performance. Only 20 years of age. She's done so much work. She's been dropped, she's been distanced, she's fought her way back on a couple of occasions, and right now she's coming back once again. So impressive.
Yeah, and that group in front, they don't want to see that, because that really throws a wrench into their works. Having someone sit on, because she's a teammate of Lauren, she's obviously not going to do any work, and now that they're over the climbs, she's not going to be dropped. And so if they're going to go and chase down Lauren, and it's going to take a lot of work and it's going to take a lot of kilometers to get to Lauren, Kylie's going to have a big benefit of all that time sitting on, not doing nearly as much work as these girls.
Well, she's made the junction and she's back with the chasing 4. So Sarah Lang no longer there.
Oh yeah, what happened to Sarah?
Yeah, that's interesting, because we didn't, unless I've missed something, we didn't see Sarah, unless it was on the descent and she wasn't having a good time of it. She's been distanced at that point. That's the only thing I can really think of for Lang, because she's been pretty formidable already today.
Sometimes it's hard to tell when the fog is so thick and it's clouding up the lens. Lauren looks really good here. It's still very smooth and relaxed. She's got a great style on the bike, great pedaling action, good fit. Oh, that's awesome to see. Lauren's just flying through these shorter Fondo riders. They get to see how incredible of an athlete she is. just the last little pitch to get up to the start of the big descent of the geysers, which will take her back down into the valley here in Sonoma County. Start the long 30 kilometers of flat rolling roads ahead. There you can get a sense of how far down the valley floor is. Lauren's obviously experienced at descending these roads. She knows when to be cautious and when to let it go. Now, Leah Shaffey comes back yet again. And now we see Sarah Lang is back. Samara Shepard. A minute 14 gap. This race is definitely not over. Great shot of the girls descending. Takes a lot of skill. The off-road specialists are very comfortable on these roads. As you can see, there's a lot of cracks and patchwork. And you have to know how to weight your bike just perfectly to fly over that stuff smoothly. Haley Preen looking really comfortable. They don't give you a Red Bull helmet for nothing. Anna, we've seen some incredible images of the girls descending, really up close actually, which is quite a treat to see. How long does it take someone at this level to develop the skills in order to go downhill fast?
I think it takes a while, but it also takes time. And it also, for me, for example, I remember being in Girona in Spain. And it was around 11, 12 years ago. I was on a training camp and I was all right at descending. I was pretty comfortable, confident. And I was with Dan Martin's dad, Neil. And just having someone giving you little tips to make things better, easier to descend and to be more in control. And not that I was out of control, but it's just little pointers to take on. Make a huge difference. But I think for Stephen, she's making this look pretty easy in descending, but I know some of these descents down here in Sonoma County are not easy at all. And you've got to really know how to handle your bike, especially with sometimes the change in road surface. So
yeah, and as you say
depends.
that, I'm actually watching the gap come down.
Yeah.
Lauren's.
But I'm not
losing a little bit
surprised
of
when you've
time.
got riders like this
Exactly.
who are in the chase.
So what are some of those tips? What are some of the things you see when you watch Kate, Sophia, and Haley Preen descend that they're doing well, that people, young and up and coming female racers should look to and take away from?
The one thing for me that Neil had pointed out was when you're going round a right-hand bend, for example. Of course, you already know you always should have your right pedal at 0:00 and your left pedal at 1/2 Whereas if you just put a little bit of pressure on the left pedal, which is down, just gives you a little bit more stability on the bike and really keeps that center of gravity and really steadies the bike. Just those little things, and also looking ahead much further of where you're wanting to go, as opposed to looking maybe only 10, 20, 30 meters in front, really looking at where you're wanting to go. And it almost takes you there because of where you're looking. So there was those little things that really help and guide you. But I also think spending time on the bike and being really comfortable with your equipment and knowing that you can trust and knowing how far you can push your equipment. I think often the equipment can go far further than we're able to push it to.
Absolutely, yeah.
With the tires, for example, and especially how they've developed in the last 10 years.
Yeah, bigger tires, lower pressure, stiffer sidewall because the rims are a little wider. It means you could push into those corners harder and maintain traction. All the little bumps are absorbed. And honestly, I gotta say, those girls behind look more comfortable than Lauren Stevens does on this descent. I think the one thing you said about looking ahead, if you look where you don't want to go, you will go there.
That's where you end up.
Yeah.
And it sounds basic.
Yeah.
Descending is of course very technical, but get some of the basic things right that seem obvious, and you already become a better descender tenfold.
Yeah, absolutely. Lauren Stevens just passed Skipstone Winery. And now she's off the descent onto the flats, 31 kilometers to go. I see 1 minute and 3 seconds on my screen, so she has lost a handful of seconds, which I think is right after watching her descend versus the other girls. And now, if they get that information that the gap has come down a little bit, it gives them motivation. They'll work together. They'll get another gap that's even further down, and it's just a momentum builder and motivation.
Going to swing a left into this section of the course. I get the sense in the group behind, Kate Courtney's only getting better now.
Yeah.
Now she's really got herself warmed up. She's found a stride. She knows she's got herself into a situation where she can win from this situation. She can win from this scenario, knowing that the gap is only just over 1 minute with 31 kilometers to go. With the group of riders that she was, she knows as well that Sofia Gomez, having not won the previous 2 editions of the Growler, she wants the win.
Yeah,
she's one of the most successful riders in this domain.
She has Cape Epic in the legs, and I think she took a good break after that to recover. And so sometimes you do a big stage race like that, it's a huge training effect. Obviously, you take a rest. And then when you come back, you're a little bit rusty. And if, she did Sea Otter, and I don't think it went as well as she hoped, but that was kind of the rust breaker. And now she's getting better and better. And that's, I would say that's due to the fact she's done Cape Epic. It's in her legs, and she's getting better in this race as we watch. And now you see Sophia is rallying the troops. She knows what to do, and she's gonna lead the way by taking the first hard pull and hope that others do the same.
It's impressive, isn't it? I think when you're a rider racing against Sophia, you know she's so talented, you know she's so smart, she's so strong as well. And I know she had a very good training camp in the early part of the season, along with Lauren Agler, a rider from Durango in Colorado, as well as her coach, Carmen Small. But she's one of those riders that she does just enough work She only contributes when she really needs to, and rightly so. She plays the game. She's clever. She doesn't want to waste any energy. At the back of this group, Samara Shepherd, just reaching for some more fuel and nutrition. Alia Shafi just having a little exchange of words with Sofia Gomez. Good chance for Kate Courtney just to try and listen in if she possibly can. What is being discussed, what's going on between the two riders who finished second and third a year ago. Sofia Gomez just showing her experience there, just asking the moto pilot and the camera operator just to give a little toot, a little beep when they're getting to some of the GranFondo riders, just so that they know that the race is quickly approaching.
Under a minute now. So they're already eating into the gap of Lauren Stevens. Of course, Kylie Hannell is sitting on the back, free ride. That could be really interesting when we get closer to the finish. It's like Aaliyah's willing to work. Haley Preen is willing to work. Obviously, Kate has already done a lot of work. You know, Samara and Lauren DiCrescenzo were suffering a little bit, so we'll see what they do. Samara pulls through.
Yeah, and just moments ago we saw Alia Shafi and Sofia Gomez just having an exchange of words, whether they're wanting to try and plot something or a little bit of a discussion.
Kate asking the moto to get a little farther ahead, trying to keep the race fair. That's very classy. Yeah, look, Sophia's really given it. She's committed. She's in this for the win.
The hunger's there. After that third place last year, the hunger's there. And she knows she's got the physical capabilities to take the victory. And now she's getting into a situation where, because it is such a long race, Levi, you've got to be really mindful. You've got to really conserve your energy.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I've heard her talk about the fact that she learned a lot from last year, and she does want to come back and win this. You know, Alia Shafi's there, second place last year. She won the sprint for second in a similar group of what we see now behind Lauren Stevens.
And there's so much at stake. I mean, I know I can vouch for it coming from when I was racing. If you had a few £100 as a prize purse, then it was already a success, and you might have to share it with your teammates and what have you. And even in the Women's World Tour now, some of the prize pots are maybe only a few €1,000. So for these riders to have $25,000 on the line for the victory is massive, and this can be changing for their season as well, to be able to win this race, have that financial input as well from winning the Growler. It's massive.
I would like to think so.
Absolutely.
Yeah. I don't think I ever made that much in prize money, so it's a great opportunity for these athletes, men and women, here today. And we saw an amazing race in the men, and we're seeing one unfold right now with the women. I can tell you, I mean, I know these roads really well. That group is not far behind. I'm seeing 51 seconds right now is the gap. So slowly eating into that lead. And Lauren's got a long ways to go. And I was just out doing quick interviews with the men, and I think it was Marcus or someone said, yeah, there was a headwind. So, and Sophia's on the attack. She's not happy with the cooperation in the back.
So fast overtaking the traffic.
Yeah. Unfortunately, that's not great when it comes to eating into the lead of Lauren Stevens, because
she means business at this point, doesn't she?
Yeah. I mean, I get it. She wants to be with other riders who are as committed as her. But this actually disrupts the chase as well.
Do you think she's just getting a little bit impatient then at this point? Because she wants to be able to close the gap. She knows what's on the line. She wants to take the win in the Growler after the podium last year. Is it just impatience that she wants to try and start things and kick things off from this group earlier, rather than keeping it together, keeping it cohesive, everybody go through and fully commit and do their turn?
Yeah, that's a good question. I can't answer. I don't know how everyone's feeling. Like I said, these riders, they know how they're feeling. They have a sense of how the others are feeling, and they have to calculate that and make their own strategy. I think she's not happy with a couple of the riders that are trying to sit on the back, and she wants to close this gap.
Sometimes the scenario can change when you've seen a couple of riders either make an acceleration from a chasing group, the cohesion completely fades, and whilst the gap comes down momentarily, everybody's looking at each other and everybody's very cautious, and then consequently the gap ends up going back over a minute or so.
Exactly, yeah. I mean, it has come down 49 seconds, so that attack, that burst of speed, it definitely it was eating into her lead, but the question is, then do they slow down after that and give up even more time? But it looks like she's fully committed, and it looks like Kate Courtney is she's there for it as well. But not everyone is. And whether that's tactical or they just don't have the legs, we don't know.
Inside 25 kilometres to go. Stevens still with 49 seconds of an advantage, and the strong time trialist and the former winner of the Pan American Road Race title on 2 occasions is looking to try and make this back-to-back victories in the Growler.
Haley Preen looks really good.
She does.
Like the position on the bike, the pedaling style. I still see energy in the pedal stroke.
Courtney perhaps not coming through with as much urgency as the others at this point. When you see Preen go through, Gomez go through.
Yeah, it did seem like that. But then, not long before she was fully committed. Yeah, maybe we can get a shot from behind that chase group to get a better view of maybe what some of those riders are doing, like sitting on or... Yeah, so we got Lauren DiCrescenzo, Kylie Hannell. They haven't taken any turn. Obviously, Kylie's not going to. I don't know what Lauren would be thinking right now.
Surely the chalk climb is a perfect opportunity for Lauren to try and go if she wants to try and make a move. Do you think that could be a good chance if she's got the legs?
I don't know if she has like the quote-unquote turn of speed to launch like on a short section. I'm sure that Sophia's asking her right now, why can't you help us? And it looks like she convinced her.
That's all it takes. A little sweet talking to get riders to continue to be cohesive and start to work.
She certainly, Lauren's obviously proved herself to be strong, like on a long, hard day. She's got that fatigue resistance you mentioned earlier and kind of that diesel engine. She doesn't falter. So I would think that she has the energy to contribute to this chase. But, people are on good days and bad days. I think the lead is back up to a minute now. Yeah, it's a little close for the moto there, I think. And LDC, as they call her, she does come through, so she's starting to contribute.
When you've got 7 riders in this situation, 7 is far better if they are really cohesive than 1. And now Sofia Gomez wants to try and put in this acceleration with 22.7 kilometers to go. She's got a deficit of 59 seconds to the lone leader out front, Lauren Stevens. And Gomez has decided she's had enough. She wants to try and break away. She doesn't feel that the cohesion is there as she wants it to be in this group, and she wants to try and make this difficult. She wants the win in the Growler, and she's going right after it, but she's closely marked by Samara Shepherd in that black jersey.
Yeah, a lot of times it's a case of she could be the strongest one right now in that group, and they just can't contribute as much as she can right now, and that's frustrating for her. I get it. But that could be the case. They're just doing the best they can. We don't really know until we find out at the end.
I guess it's the beauty of cycling, really, isn't it? The fact that you can win races by being tactically the smartest. It's not always the case that the physically the strongest rider wins on the day. There's so many factors.
Yeah, and impatience and frustration, they can really get in your way and lead to bad decision making. Trying to stay calm and patient is an attribute, an asset that usually pays off.
Well, I can hear things really starting to ramp up at the finish line with Dave Toll, and I know a lot of the GranFondo riders are thoroughly enjoying themselves in the festival at the town green with a lot of the partners, the sponsors of the event, Cervelo, as well as Skipstone and Scratch Labs, as well as others. It's so important, but also the local businesses. I just want to quickly touch on that before we really get into the deep section of this race and then the decisive moments, Levi. How important this event all round, not just the elite races, but the GranFondo is for the local businesses here in Sonoma County and in particular in Windsor.
Yeah, Windsor has been a great partner to work with. They welcomed us with open arms, and they make it super easy for us to put on the event. I saw the mayor this morning on the start line, and super appreciative of the hard work we do, and we're super appreciative of the support that they give us and believing in the vision that we have to show the world what this area is all about, how amazing it is to come and ride your bike and sample the food and the wine. And I mean, this place is known for its for its beer as well, and just an incredible place. The ocean and the redwoods and the mountains, and as you can see right now, you guys need to come check it out, because I've been all over the world racing my bike. Very fortunate to see these iconic places like the Alps and the Pyrenees, and everywhere that you see on television, the Tour de France, and Sonoma County is every bit as good. So I'm just really excited that we get to show the world what we have to offer.
I certainly can vouch for that after our ride yesterday. Brilliant countryside, great riding country, and so welcoming as well. What a great community around here. Well, the gap is over 1 minute and 5 seconds for Stevens.
So they're on Chalk Hill Road now. We're, again, minutes away from the last quote-unquote climb of the day. We'll see what happens in this group on that climb. That'll be the most interesting part. I see Sophia definitely trying to get away there, break it up, and throwing that last Hail Mary to go and catch Lauren Stevens. And you never know. Lauren could really start to falter at the end. I think she was last year really suffering at the end. So far she looks good, but we still have a long ways to go.
And it's been a long time out front on her own as well. And at some point, maybe she will start to feel the effects of the fatigue really set in at the point where this group is really active. You never know who's wanted to try and make a move on that short, steep climb. Samara Shepherd constantly tracking the wheel of Sofia Gomez in that red jersey. She knows that at some point Gomez is going to try and escape. She's got to try and get away. And Shepherd, she's identified the potential tactic of the Argentinian.
Yeah, it doesn't look like they're fully committed behind. You're going to run out of time to go and get Lauren.
It's basically now that they really need to start to eat into that deficit, isn't it?
Yeah, I would say so. I mean, they're rolling through pretty well, but that gap's not coming down. Chalk Hill starts to get a little lumpy here, so this could be a telltale sign even before we get to that that significant pitch that's left. I think this guy's going to get the word to not follow her wheel. We've got a lot of moto marshals out there as well, beyond just the television cameras, and they're, priority number one, making sure everyone's safe. And in that situation there, we don't want someone on a shorter route with not as much experience as Lauren Stevens to get on the wheel and put themselves in a position where they might crash or crash her.
And put them at risk as well. So, yeah absolutely quite right. And they'll still have the 7 kilometre watch party.
Yeah.
Right? So
exactly.
they're all going to get the chance once they get to the 7 kilometre to go marker that they'll be pulled over. They can watch roadside, wait for the elites to pass, and then they can get back underway and complete the GranFondo. As Aliyah Shafi, well, she's trying to instill some cohesion into this group, trying to get them to work.
Yeah, I know the gap is, it is accurate. It's a minute and 11 seconds, but when I see these images, I know these roads really well. She's not that far ahead. They might be able to see her soon.
Those long straight sections of this course are really going to pay and play into the benefit and the hands of the chasers behind.
Yeah.
Because they'll be able to see Stevens up ahead. I mean,
yeah.
it totally changes your mindset.
Absolutely.
And
they'll get the sense that she's falling apart and
Yeah.
going slower, and yeah, they'll smell blood.
Yeah, and then it's up to Kylie Hannell to try and disrupt things.
Yeah.
If that does
just
happen.
be ready to go on the attack.
Yeah, absolutely.
If and when they do catch Lauren, and then it's.
I mean, she's certainly shown that she's got the legs to be able to do so. Another rider who's come off the back of a really, really promising Redlands. So she's shown that she's got the form. She's come into the 2026 season well.
And not only did she make it over the geysers with this chase group, but she did a lot of work to set up the attack by Lauren Stevens. So she sacrificed herself and yet still made it over the top with these other girls. So she's riding really well.
Yeah, absolutely. Whilst we were talking about the chasing group having these long sections and having the character chase to Lauren Stevens, Stevens has also got a little bit the same really with the GranFondo riders, just picking them off and almost using it as a bit of a target to think, right, okay, that's my target, the next rider in front or the next point up ahead, the next little marker on the course. There's one of the officials that you were talking about, Levi, one of the course marshals.
Giving her a time gap, I think. Minute 16 right now.
There you go. That's how many riders are in the chase. 7 riders in the chase. Gets given the time gap.
And Lauren still looks good. I mean, she's low. She's hunched over. You know, she's certainly feeling the effort, but doesn't look like she's struggling too much to me.
And she's able to maintain such a great cadence and great pedaling style as well.
Yeah.
So efficient, and she doesn't look laboured. She's not overgeared.
Yeah, some riders just born that way, damn it. I wish I were
Like
one
you.
of them.
Like you.
No,
I was following your wheel yesterday.
No, I don't consider myself one of them. I mean, I can think of some over time. David Miller, he always looks so
Yeah.
good on a bike.
Yeah, absolutely.
Just kick the pedals over.
Yeah.
Frank Vandenbroek.
Yeah.
Matthew Vanderpool. I mean,
yeah,
what
completely.
style.
Absolutely.
And I think Lauren looks great on the bike and very efficient, relaxed, and it really pays off in a race like this. You know, here either she's giving it everything she's got, or she is starting to hurt. That looked like a little different style to me.
And only now we start to see a very minute little rock and roll in the hips and the shoulders.
Yeah.
But it's not a surprise after so much elevation, so many kilometers, and such a long time out front alone.
But the bigger story here is, I think, is the chase has lost some of the momentum, some of the motivation. They've lost some time. I don't know if they're starting to save it for what's about to come around this corner with that Chalk Hill climb that I keep talking about. But we didn't see any action there from the men, and I'm talking to top 3 afterwards. Kent Ross was very surprised that Marcus did not try to attack on that bump. He told me Marcus looked fantastic all day long on all the climbs, and he really expected him to go, and he kind of thought for a second maybe he lost his own chance to go on that climb because he kept anticipating Marcus to go. So we'll see what happens here with the girls.
It's going to be very, very interesting, isn't it? It really is. And for some of those riders in that chasing group of 7, they know that they need to get rid of some of the faster riders, but also they've got a 1 minute 33 deficit to have to eat into. Time's running out, kilometers are running out. Even if Stevens starts to fade, she's still got enough in hand. I mean, ordinarily you would say 1 minute per 10 kilometer has always been the rule of thumb, give or take.
Yeah, but that's with a full peloton
but that's with,
chasing.
exactly.
Yeah.
A new time gap at 1:42. It's not going the way of the chasers behind.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what happens right here on this climb and the group behind. That's going to be the most interesting part.
Well, as things stand, she's looking set to take back-to-back victories in the Growler, which is no mean feat.
Not unprecedented, though.
No, it's not. It's not. Swenson already doing the double in 24 and 25.
Yeah, they seem to be looking at each other.
For Hannel, it's understandable. She's in a situation here where she's rubbing her hands, licking her lips. She's saying, right, this is perfect for my teammate Stevens. For the others, it's almost a case of if they make an attack, not when.
Who do you think's going to go first, Hannah?
I'd like to see Shepherd go, to be honest. I feel like she's potentially got the legs. I feel perhaps Kate Courtney is... She knows she can be one of the fastest from this group. And maybe she's just waiting. But again, I think she's really ridden herself into this race. And despite going through a bit of a troubled time earlier on, she's come through strong, and she's managed to get over some of the most difficult key moments on the parkour. And I do think she's got the legs to be able to go long, and got the attributes and capabilities physically to be able to go long. Of course, for Shafi, she knows she can sprint at the end, and perhaps she might be, after such a hard day, she might be happy with a podium place and a second place. She knows she can win the sprint from behind.
Yeah,
the one who should fully just commit and really believe in herself is Gomez in the red jersey.
Yeah, I would expect Sophia to give it a go. Nothing to lose at this point.
Yeah.
Seems like she still has the legs to do so. But now that she's in back, she's out of position. We'll see around this corner. Maybe she's getting ready.
She's thinking about
there
it, isn't she? Here she goes, Sophia Gomez, who's looking to try and make a move and try and make a dent in a bid to try and win the Growler. Things are starting to get a little bit busy, and in the chase, it's Kate Courtney who's immediately trying to react to Gomez.
Great attack. Immediately, Kylie Hannel's in trouble. Lauren DiCrescenzo's in trouble. Again, she doesn't have that punch, and Aliyah she has lost the wheel. And they're the three strongest riders.
Look at this. Preen, who has been sublime all day, has managed to get herself onto the wheel of Gomez. Courtney's there, and she puts in one more dig just to try and establish this trio. Gomez starting to suffer. A little bit over-geared currently, Gomez.
I can tell you, I've gone up this hill hard, and it drags on just a little bit longer than you'd like.
It must put you into such a deficit as well.
Yeah, I mean, they've got some time to recover, but, you know, you could possibly lose the wheel there in the last, 30 meters of that climb and not come back. It would be just agonizing to do so, but it's a possibility. .12
kilometers to go, 7.5 miles for Stevens.
It'd be nice to see what's happening behind. I know that they're on the limit.
Each and every small rise, Stevens just attacks, doesn't she?
Yeah.
Little out of the saddle, get back on top of the gear. Little acceleration, gets herself back into the saddle, in the drops, gets herself into a real comfortable position. It's so effective.
There's the chase. And I can tell you, just because I know these roads, that gap is still quite big. We seem to have lost our time gap, but I know it's not necessarily closer.
Well, it was at 1:42 before, so even if after that injection it's come down 12 seconds, it's still, they've got a considerable deficit to have to close.
But the good thing is there's more cohesion amongst these three now. The three strongest have separated themselves from the others. They don't have the quote-unquote dead weight hanging on.
Yeah.
And they can fully commit and give it everything they got. They've got 11 kilometers, and you know, Lauren does still look quite strong, but you never know. She's certainly, she's definitely feeling it. You can see just in her body language how she's hunched over the bars. She's low, rocking and rolling a little bit. She's asking for how many you're chasing. They're giving her as much information as they can. Hopefully that these three get the same amount of information.
This is great to see in this chase now. Preen, Gomez and Courtney all working well together to try and close this large, rather sizely gap to Lauren Stevens. 10.2 kilometers to go.
Yeah, and those three are working really well together.
This is exactly what they needed, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. You know, the question is it too late? I think we will definitely see the gap come
46 seconds.
Wow.
Wow.
Is that right? I think it is. Our timing has been accurate all day when we get it. And so if that's right, they have just taken a huge chunk.
That's almost a minute they've taken out of the lead.
I'm trying to use my local knowledge of these roads to do a guesstimate. It's I think it's closer to a minute 46. I think we have it right now.
I was going to say that would have been quite the turn up to shave off a minute. But nevertheless, you never know in the closing kilometers here what Stevens will be going through. If she starts to fade, if she starts to really feel that fatigue, cramp starts to set in. These three, if they can continue in the manner, and they cannot start to play games at this point now. It's full cohesion, full commitment. They're absolutely flying along.
Yeah, in a section of road like this, where you know the two behind they get a real rest out of it, and it pays off when they come through. They get to come through with so much more power than Lauren, for example, is doing the whole thing on her own, and it's a slingshot effect, and the speed behind of the three really increases on that slight downhill like that, and that's where they can really eat into the lead of Lauren. She's almost into the city limits of Windsor.
The thing for these three riders here in this situation, if they manage to stay away from the others who they were formerly with, Shepherd, Hannell and co, Shafi as well, someone's going to miss out on the podium here.
Yeah.
So again, tactics start to play into this one. Somebody's going to miss out on being on the podium.
Yeah, that's a really good point. And I don't know enough about. It's always hard to tell when it comes to the gravel races, because a lot of them they don't end in sprints.
Yeah.
I mean, Sophia did just win that sprint against Lauren and Sea Otter last week, but it's a very technical off-road, sandy finish that requires that constant practice on those conditions, and I think that was the advantage that Sophia had over Lauren. So not necessarily just all about power in the legs, but bike handling. So it's going to be difficult to tell who of these three is the quickest.
Even positioning going into the final roundabout with 500 meters to go, and then that final right-hand turn with 100 meters to go, that could cost you if you go in third place or you don't carry enough speed. That can really cost you.
Yeah, I think ideally, you go through that last turn, that last roundabout in first, second, third would be difficult to come around two riders, because you're going through that roundabout in single file line.
Lauren Stevens passes the watch party. 6.6 kilometers to go for the American, the 39-year-old, looking to try and take back-to-back victories in the Growler. She's currently being chased down by Kate Courtney, Sophia Gomez and Haley Preen, who trail at 1 minute and 37 seconds. Courtney flicks the elbow, hands over to Gomez, who comes through.
Yeah, those three look really strong still. I'm really impressed with Kate's day. Like we saw her suffering earlier on, and it really didn't look like she was doing well at all. I don't know if she was meaning to hang off the back a little bit, but it certainly looked like she was dropped. And on those steep parts of Skaggs, and here she is, like she might be the strongest one in this group now.
But she's also got a good turn of speed on her as well.
I think so.
Sort of seeing...
I'm really excited to see.
Likewise, likewise.
It sure seems like Lauren has not faltered at all. She looks solid. She's obviously giving it everything she's got, but the gap is not coming down.
What's so apparent to me is how she's still so solid. I guess it's years and years and years of racing at the top of the sport, racing in the Women's World Tour, racing for Team Tibco for many years. She's still right on top of the game. She also knows exactly how to peak for big events in a season. And so she's got so much experience.
And I also think that over time, you sort of learn, like, how fast is what's possible out of yourself and other riders, and you get this feeling. It's an art form of how to push yourself and how to pace yourself and know that what's possible. Like, you can feel when, oh man, I'm not doing well, I'm slowing down, and most likely they're going to catch me, because all the experience you've had, you know how fast other riders can go. And I don't mean specifically each rider, I just mean as a whole and general idea. So she obviously paced herself super well, and she doesn't look to be faltering to me at all.
I don't know if that's a grimace or a smile starting to appear on the face of Lauren Stevens, because she only has 4 kilometres to go with an advantage of 1.5 minutes over the 3 chasers behind, between her and back-to-back victories here at Levi's GranFondo in the Growler. Barring any incident, any mechanical, she's got it in the bag.
Is that a smile or a grimace that we see?
Yeah, exactly. No doubt a combination.
She knows the time gap. She knows that she's just a few kilometers from the finish. She's got to be starting to feel really good about this.
And what's this? 50 kilometers in a solo breakaway since she made that move. It's exceptional to hold off such riders from behind and to open up such an advantage. Gomez, flick of the elbow. She knows that she's racing for the 2nd place, looking to try and go one better than a year ago. And Preen looking poised to try and get herself onto the podium.
Yeah, and they get a time gap update. That can't be music to their ears at this point.
It must be quite disheartening as well when they have been working solidly since they went over that climb. So disheartening to still hear that despite all of the work you're doing, you've actually only gained 15 seconds.
Yeah. Kate still looks good to me.
Yeah.
It will be interesting to see who wins this sprint for 2nd place. Sophia has the experience of having done this sprint last year.
Yeah.
So I think that's going to pay off when it comes through that last roundabout.
Form-wise, Preen's looking good. Looking like she's in a situation, the rider in the white jersey from Cape Town in South Africa, looking to try and gain the 2nd place on the podium. But she's going to have strong opposition with Gomez and Courtney, and meanwhile, Stevens only has 2.1 kilometers to go. She's going to go under the highway, make that little loop, and then she'll enter into Windsor itself.
Yeah, so she's taking that left turn onto Old Redwood Highway. We'll see. Yeah, I think that you can see the chase behind. They're not focused on trying to catch her at all.
Now they're thinking about the podium.
I think
now
so.
They're thinking about how can I secure 2nd, how can I secure 3rd, but then it comes with the added worry from behind. What's been happening in the chase behind with Shafi, with Samara Shepherd, also with Kylie Hannell, who's just able to follow the wheels, also Lauren De Crescenzo. And if they have been still working well together, are they far away from the chasing trio? Perhaps not.
Yeah.
And so that gives them an opportunity to almost come from behind and surprise them.
That's a good question. It'd be nice to know where they are, if they're close or not. I'm guessing they're not. Otherwise, we would have a camera on them.
Yeah.
And you can see the gap is quite large. I mean, the chase has not even gotten to that, not arrived to the left turn that we saw Lauren go through quite a while ago now.
$1,000 meters to go for Lauren Stevens in a pursuit to try and win back-to-back growlers here at Levi's GranFondo. What a display of strength, power, and determination. She picked a moment. She goes through the final roundabout. She'll take it straight on here, under the second exit. 500 meters to go for Stevens. Levi, what a performance this has been from Lauren Stevens.
Yeah, truly dominating. Just a carbon copy of last year. All the girls behind knew it was coming, and they couldn't do anything about it. You know, I thought maybe they would try to work together in the end, but you know, that's really hardly ever works out, because there's just not everybody's has the energy left or even wants to contribute. So to do what she did again is quite impressive. That's a great shot we get to see of her coming home for the win.
Well, the fans are waiting at the finish line. Lauren Stevens takes the final right-hand turn. 50 kilometers solo out front. And Lauren Stevens, the 39-year-old, makes it back-to-back wins in the Growler. A sensational performance, a display of dominance. And she takes the win in the 2026 edition. A great display of teamwork. She has Kylie Hannell to thank as well, because they work so well together. And behind, it's between this trio who will take second and third.
Is Kate lining up for an attack here? Much like Brennan tried. I mean, she could surprise him right now. Nobody's really paying attention.
She's certainly laying off, isn't she? Leaving the gap.
Yeah.
Just waiting for that moment. They're going to get to the
go through this roundabout, and then
maybe go straight out of the roundabout.
Yeah, maybe. I think maybe at this point they're all waiting for the sprint. Again, though, you have to be first or second through this roundabout. My guess is Sophia's going to attack any second.
Gomez in the red jersey. She knows that she has got the experience in this final. She knows exactly what she needs to do. It's just putting it into practice. Haley Preen has been exceptional all day. She's been so strong. She's really shown a card.
Kate Courtney.
Kate Courtney goes on the left-hand side.
Make.
That is what Kate Courtney has been waiting patiently to do. She will know she wants to try and take the final right-hand turn in first place. Gomez right on the wheel. Gomez now starts to accelerate. It's Courtney and Gomez shoulder to shoulder, going all the way to the line for second place. It's Gomez who takes second. Kate Courtney settles for third, and Haley Preen finishes in fourth place. A fierce battle all the way for the podium. But look at the great respect that these two riders have between them.
Nope, I knew I did not. Oh my god. I didn't know how I'd climb. I'm impressed with myself.
Levi, what a finish.
Yeah.
And already, look at the respect that they all have between them, already dissecting the race.
Yeah, it's great to be a fly on the wall in this conversation.
Shit, guys.
It's an honor to race with you two. You two, but you raced.
We didn't really race today. Okay, we did for a long time.
God, I was having like such crazy back pain on one side.
I like got fully dropped on the climb. I was like, I'm like, you know what?
Sarah Lang is like unreal on the climb.
I was like, you know what? If I just go to the feed, I'll get a ride home, it'll be okay, and then like a mirage, you all appeared. Oh, okay, so on the clock. It's like the lesson of road racing. You just never give up. Yeah. I tried to get us to rotate. Woo!
Exactly what we were talking about before. Kate Courtney saying the lesson is to never give up. If that's not the takeaway today, I don't know what is. Amazing finish we just got to witness. Hannah's currently rushing out to grab interviews with the top 3. Right now we're going to show you a little sizzle reel for next year, and then we'll come back with interviews with Hannah and the top 3 women. All right, good to see the conversation here between Lauren and Kylie downloading the race. It's always a great experience to reconnect with your teammates after going to battle and pulling off the win, so to speak.
How was your race? Or your ride?
Kate getting to say hello to some of her friends. Here we are, overview of the festival here as riders start to trickle in from the other routes. They get their food and they get to hang out on the lawn. We got live music, and the podium celebration should be happening very soon. So please stick around and watch the top 5 men and women get their checks, spray each other with champagne, and just celebrate an amazing day on the bike. Okay, let's go down to Hannah and the top 3 women at the finish line.
I'm here with the winner of the elite women's race, Lauren Stevens, who has made it back-to-back victories in the Growler. Lauren, congratulations. What a win. What a way to win as well, to go from so far out. 50 kilometers you're out there alone. How does it feel to make it back-to-back wins, and what was it like out there?
Yeah, I wasn't sure if it was going to work 2 years in a row. I went in the same place as last year, but this year I had some teammates out there to help me. Yeah, my teammate Kylie was keeping the pace high on that lower part of geysers, which really set me up to be able to hit it on the steep part.
How proud does it make you to see the work that Kylie had done, and how integral that was to your race? Because there were times where she was there, she was chasing back on, parts of the course where she was distanced, came back because she knew her input was critical for you.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it's the motivation for that final 50K. And even when it was 20K to go and I heard what a time gap was, I was like, man, I got to do this for Kylie. Like, she sacrificed her race to help me. And just having teammates, like, that's what I love, is like, it gives me that second piece of motivation I need.
What was going through your mind? Was there ever a point where you were starting to fade, to suffer? Because you looked so smooth throughout. What was the thoughts when you heard the chasing trio were behind?
Yeah, I mean, I was actually a little more confident this year than last year because I did not have a power meter last year. So I knew that I was still on the gas this time, and it wasn't just like feeling like I was putting the power down. And when I had the minute and a half when we turned in for like the final 5K, I was a little nervous still. But as soon as I made that last turn at a K to go, I knew I had it.
What does it feel like to have the support of the crowd, the fans, everyone on the town green, and what a brilliant event here at Levi's GranFondo?
Yeah, it's amazing. We even recruited one of our locals to feed us for the first time. So I can thank Mr. Kane for feeding our crew today.
Cheers, Lauren. Congratulations on the victory, and congratulations to the whole team, and in particular to Kylie. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Try and grab a quick word with Sophia. Sophia, second place for you, after third place last year, but talk me through what was going on in the group, the chasing group of 7.
Yeah, I'm super happy to go first loser, as I like to call it. I definitely had high hopes of having like good legs to go with Lauren on the climb. I knew that was her tactic, and she just rode away, and I was like, I'm gonna ride my own pace, and then I'll catch her. And we never saw her again. So she had a super strong ride, and that was like cool to see how her team kind of rode for her, and it helped her. But yeah, when we were trying to chase, it was just like I think a lot of the girls were pretty boxed coming off of those hard climbs, and just we weren't really motivated. I tried to go a couple times, got caught, but then on the last kicker I was like, okay, we go all in. So I drifted back, attacked, and then Haley, Preen, and Kate, Courtney caught me, and then at the end I thought I maybe was going to get dropped from my own attack, but I survived. And then yeah, we worked really well together, and then played some games at the very end. Kate jumped, which was perfect, so I wanted to be second wheel going into the roundabout for the sprint, and then yeah, just kind of nipped her at the line for second.
Talk me through earlier on in the race when you saw Lauren Stevens go away. You knew what she's capable of. She's a great time trialist. She won this event a year ago. What was going through your mind? Was it a case of we need the cohesion from everybody and you didn't want to be left doing all of the work, or what was going through your mind and your game plan?
I mean, when she went, I was there and I tried to follow, and then when we sat down to do seated accelerations, she just had a better kick, and yeah, I have some homework to do, so that's always fun and motivating. You know, I've had a really strong start to the season, and yeah, I'm going to be, when I do my VO2 intervals, I'm going to put myself on that climb going forward.
What was it like with all of the sport and the crowd cheering you on? Did you, throughout the course, and especially passing the watch party with 7 kilometers to go, did you get an opportunity just to take in the support from the fans?
I mean, we were definitely appreciative of the cheers. We would have loved a time gap. We weren't allowed to ask, but we're like, anybody gonna give us anything? But no, it was super fun. And then, you know, one of the things I've learned on all the racing I do is to really communicate with the motos that are filming you. And the guys, I asked them to please start honking when we pass people, just so we don't scare the amateurs out there. So that came in really nice, and it kept us really safe.
Well, if you're on the trajectory of your podiums, third place last year, second place this year, a win could be on the cards. Are we going to see you back next year?
Yeah, I think it's a fun race. You know, it fits into the calendar really nice. The prize money is, you know, a big reason why we show up, and, you know, the foundation behind the GranFondo and all of that is really great. And yeah, I'm getting better and better, but Lauren got the best of me, and props to her and her team. They really deserve that one.
Thanks a lot, Sophia. Thank you. And enjoy the podium, enjoy the celebrations. Going to grab a quick word with Kate Courtney here. Third place. Kate, congratulations, third place there. How was it for you out there? What a long day, what a race.
Long day, but amazing. I love being on what feels like close to home roads. I grew up in Marin County, so about an hour from my parents' house right now. And yeah, I came into this race, honestly, pretty tired after Sea Otter, and it was like a bit of a roll of the dice. And you could probably see at the first half of the race, I was struggling a little bit. But then, yeah, caught the group, and things turned around, and I'm really proud to finish strong and ride smart today.
We saw you going through a bit of a difficult moment in the race, and Levi and I were talking in commentary how impressive it was that you were able mentally to come back from a situation where you clearly weren't feeling very good, but you got yourself back into contention, back into the front part of the race.
Yeah, it was a really good day for me to use the mental skills and like every tool in my toolbox to kind of just stay in the race and just tell myself that like, okay, you don't know how you're going to feel in half an hour. You don't know how you're going to feel in half an hour. And I had this like really weird, crazy back pain on that one climb. And I like really needed to just go to the limit of what I could do, pace myself, and like accept that for the moment. And fully was like, okay, well, you know, worst case scenario, I can get in the car at the feed zone. Like, my parents don't live that far away. I can call my mom. And then the group comes back. And like, I think that's what makes road racing so fun, is that there's always like another chance and another opportunity. And if you ride really smart, you never know where you might end up at the finish.
It seems like you're really enjoying the road racing side and doing something different off the thick tires.
I know, I'm racing all the bikes this year so far. But yeah, Allied launched a new bike this week too, the Allied Echo. And it's kind of like the perfect road bike for this race. It's like wide tire clearance and like ideal for what we would say roads loosely defined, which I think Levi's GranFondo is. And it was just a blast out there. I really loved it.
What about the event? I mean, what a special event to have thousands of riders doing the GranFondo, incorporating the Growler in the elite men's, the elite women's race. How special and how important is this for the United States to have this kind of racing?
Yeah, I think on two dimensions. First, like, I just love mass participation racing. I think it's really cool for us to get to be out here with the amateur racers. We're all going through the same things, just at different speeds. And then the second is, like, this was a really high-level road race. There's huge prize money. People really show up to it, and I think this is a big part of, like, bringing road racing back to the U.S. We used to have so many big events, and we really don't anymore, and I really respect and appreciate Levi for trying to like put a really high class event for the elites and, you know, help us be bike racers for our jobs.
Cheers. Thanks a lot, Kay. Enjoyed the podium, third place, and thanks very much for a brilliant, brilliant race. Levi, back to you.
Well, it was great to hear from those top three. Really impressed with those interviews. They're so polished and experienced, and what great examples for the young up-and-coming women in the sport. I mean, to anyone out there watching, those are your role models right there. Really impressive. So, yeah, now you can see the top 5 women. Lauren Stevens repeating from last year, back-to-back champions. Sophia goes one better. Newcomer Kate Courtney hasn't ridden road bike much, road racing much, and here she is on the podium. Haley Preen all the way from South Africa. Aliyah Shafi, second last year, still in the mix this year, rode with a lot of heart. Love to see it. Top 5 men. Marcus Shelton, last year was an unknown, shocked everyone with his ride, ended up in second place, and now I think he was third last year. Actually, now he's in first place. Love to see it. Brendan Johnson, Kent Ross, who had just won the Sunset Road Race in Redlands last week, which was a good marker and obviously a very talented rider. Logan Unger, fourth, and Michael Woods, fresh off the World Tour, coming to Levi's GranFondo and ending up on the podium. Really respect him for coming and giving it his all and really, you know, out there to suffer and not just take a parade lap. Thank you, Michael. Welcome back, Hannah.
Oh, wow.
Nice job.
That was a good dash. I feel just as out of breath as the riders. No, brilliant to hear from the top 3 there. And what a great race, but also you could see the fans as well behind, really getting behind the riders. Well, it won't be long before the podium ceremony gets underway. Things are, you can see down in the green with the festival and all of the partners, the sponsors and the supporters of the event. A brilliant location here in Windsor on the green to host a bike race. They've got so much space and it really is a perfect location, beautiful part of the world. And certainly has given us some excellent racing for the elite men and the elite women's race. Brilliant to see new names as well, taking on the Growler for the very first time. And as Levi said, 5th place for Mike Woods. What a brilliant foray into his new career, you could say, his new adventure for 2026. One of many things that he is taking on. He's done ski mountaineering, he's done plenty of other different sports and adventures. He's really throwing himself into the deep end. Well, Well, just being out there interviewing the top three with Lauren, with Sophia, and with Kate, and seeing the amateur riders finishing their GranFondo with a beaming smile. It looks as though everybody's really enjoyed themselves out there today, and especially on some parts of the course, despite the weather conditions with the low visibility and the fog, everybody's really enjoyed themselves. And what a day, what a festival of cycling. Well, while we wait for the podium ceremonies to take place, let's cast our eyes back on how the men's race unfolded and how the victory was taken by Marcus Shilton. Well, they got underway at 7:15 local time with a real stacked field. In the red jerseys, Matt Bears, as well as Keegan Swenson. In the pink jersey, Luke Lamperti, the local man, as well as the two riders from Monad Adventure Pro Cycling, Ian Lopez and Cole Kessler. One of the first riders to make a move of the day, and that was a rider who was active pretty much throughout. That was John Borstelman. Select group of riders, a pretty large, dangerous group went away, actually. A lot of the work in the peloton was left down to Matt Beers from Specialized. This was the leading group, including John Keller at the back. They went through the feed zone. In front of him, number 42. This is Brennan Wirtz. He knows these roads very well. Andrew Liddick just taking a bottle, so important across a race of 138 miles with so much elevation, to make sure that they were keeping on top of their fueling strategy as they went down some real technical descents. This was the moment that Logan Ungen had a chain issue. A little bit of cyclocross, hop back on the bike. And you'll see why that situation in the moment was so impressive later on. The fact that he was able to come back. At the back of this group, number 8, is Eric Bruner, the 27-year-old from Boulder, Colorado, who was at the back of the group. Then it was Caleb Klaassen, who was distanced from the breakaway. Things really started to change at this point. This is Brennan Townsend. John Borstelman on the front of the group. Pete Stetner sitting in third wheel, and Borstelman thought, right, well, enough is enough. I need to try and get some sliding room before I head to some of the big climbs of the day. Spectacular scenery. 3 riders got the gap. Cole Kessler, Logan Ungen, as well as Brennan Wirtz. They started to work well together, and then they became a real threat, a real danger to what was becoming a pretty reduced peloton behind. Kessler, the rider from Malibu, racing in Sonoma County and riding on the roads of Sonoma County for the very first time. A Pro Tour professional, putting his rivals under immense pressure. This was where Keegan Swenson, the rider who has won back-to-back editions, really started to suffer. Ian Lopez was there, and he wanted to make sure that Swenson was never able to come back. This was when Simon Pellu had gone up the road, and Swenson had nothing left in the tank. He had no response to what was going on the geysers. On the geysers, it was Mike Woods, Kent Ross, as well as Brennan Townsend, who came across to this group. Meanwhile, in the chase, it was Simon Pellu, Alexi Vermeulen, and the duo from Monad Adventure Pro Cycling, Cole Kessler and Ian Lopez. Lopez, the local rider, who were in the chase. The gap at one point was still manageable, but they started to go out. These 6 riders working very well together. And Mike Woods, freshly retired from the World Tour professional peloton, was still in contention for the victory. Marcus Shelton third place 1 year ago, knew exactly what he had to do. This was when Brennan Wirtz made his attack. He was closely followed by Kent Ross in the green jersey, who kicked and then kicked once again to try and get into the slipstream of the tall, rangy American rider. Logan Unger was just biding his time in that pink jersey. And Mike Woods had gone anonymous throughout the whole day until he made the move on the geysers. This was where he wanted to get into the final right-hand turn in first place. He just timed it wrong. It was Brandon Townsend, the man from Australia, who got into the final right turn in first place. Shelton on his wheel, and it was a long drag race all the way to the finish line, shoulder to shoulder, and it was Marcus Shelton, the 21-year-old American, who came through and took the victory. What an extremely, extremely incredible performance from Shelton, ahead of Brandon Townsend. What a win. And what an outcome, coming down to 6 riders battling it out for the victory. Well, what an enthralling men's race. Let's take a look at the elite women's race and see how it unfolded from Windsor. From the start at 7:20 local time, it was an early start. And with the defending champion on the start line, Lauren Stevens, as well as the first winner of this race 2 years ago, Lauren De Crescenzo, they knew they had a big task on their hands to try and beat their rivals. Cecile Lejeune on the start list, Sophia Gomez, Ali Shaffi, as well as Hayley Preen. Cecilie Decker looking to try and split things on some of the technical terrain. She was always very closely followed by Sophia Gomez. On the descent, however, it was a different story. She really tried to shake things up. She got the gap through the feed zone on the right-hand side at the top of the climb. It all came back together, and Decker was caught. Gomez just taking a look around, thinking, well, that was a dangerous move. On the descent, it was Sarah Lang. Strong climber, just losing a couple of bike lengths on the descent. But Aliyah Shaffi, second place a year ago, still there, right in contention. Nicole Steinmetz. And this is Kate Ryan, the 38-year-old from Texas who went away and became a real threat. Her advantage at one point was over 2 minutes. She started to be caught on this section of the course. Kate Courtney finding herself in a situation where she was in a lot of pain, a lot of discomfort, a pain in the back, and it was where she really started to suffer on these steep gradients. Meanwhile, Sarah Lang and Lauren Stevens started to shake things up, as did Decker, and Gomez was just tracking and following the wheels. A textbook attack on the fast flat section. And a big crash between Decker and one other rider, and they came down hard on the gravel section there. Well, let's hope both of those riders are okay after the crash. And this was where Lauren Stevens made her move. She knew that Sarah Lang is such a good climber. She didn't want to allow Lang to get up to her back wheel. And she wanted to do it. She wanted this to be an individual time trial all the way to the finish in Windsor. She settled into a rhythm, and over the other side on the descent in the fog and the low visibility, it was Preen, Courtney and Gomez, the strong mountain bikers and talented mountain bikers who were in a commanding position at the front of that chasing group in the technical sections. Kylie Hannell, the 20-year-old rider from the USA, having done so much work earlier on, started to be distanced, and this was where things really split up on the Chalker climb. Kate Courtney, Preen and Gomez, who kicked things off, took with her 2 riders. They had a lot of work to do, the gap at 1 minute and 40 seconds. And this was where Lauren Stevens came into Windsor. Back-to-back wins in the Growler. A dominant performance. Over 50 kilometres in the breakaway. Kate Courtney behind, she knew exactly what she needed to do to try and take second place into the final right-hand corner in first place, but she was closely challenged by Sofia Gomez, shoulder to shoulder between the 2 riders, and in the end it was the Argentinian who came out on top to secure the second place ahead of Courtney. Well, 2 brilliant races, absolutely thrilling finales from both of those. It came down to the wire, didn't it, in the men's race? Well, I'm going to throw down to Dave Towell, who's in the town green in Windsor, to take away the podium ceremony. Dave, over to you.
Working right now. Carlos has changed what this sport is all about. Working with Levi Leipheimer, Carlos has made a mark already. This Levi's GranFondo has turned into something much more than a bike race. It's a movement of the people here. And today's bike race was a great example of why this sport matters. The give back from Levi's Fondo to this community is about to reach $4 million now since 2009. Things like at-risk youth in Sonoma County benefit so much from this bike race. And ultimately, we have real champions out there, like the Thompsons. Today, you might have seen finishing on the tandem bike that Dave built for his son, Rob, so he and Rob could ride together. They've been doing this for their 12th time, and their longest ride ever was today at 68 miles. That's just one special story that makes this event incredible. And now, with no further ado, what better place to start than with our elite women's podium here today? Well, she's had an amazing career trajectory in this sport, taking 5th place today, and there'll be some more big results in the future. Congratulations to Aliyah Shafi, our 5th place finisher. Congratulations, Aliyah. Another podium. She's 2 for 2 here in her 2 years at Levi's Fondo. To join Aliyah on the podium, a rider who certainly made her mark this year. Well, the Growler certainly felt her impact. Let's bring up our 4th place finisher, the South African champion. It's Haley Preen. Nice job, Haley. Well, a world champion multiple times in her career. The fastest finisher in Leadville history. And another command performance today in her backyard. At 16 years old, she showed up as a high schooler to support other NICA riders. Now she's the Queen of California. Let's bring up bronze medal winner, Kate Courtney. And now your silver standard. Another athlete in our field that can call herself an Olympian and an apex predator. Let's meet our silver medal winner, Sofia Gomez Vichafanye, the Argentinian wonder. Leaving only the top step, it's been reserved for our Levi's GranFondo Growler champion. She goes back to back to back here in Windsor. Ladies and gentlemen, meet the people's champion. It's Lauren Stevens. 3 years running now for Lauren. Today was a command performance without any question. A solo win on the way back into Windsor. That is a human wattage cottage. First, we'll hand out the checks. There you go, ladies. Post it up for me here. That is Lauren Stevens, Sophia Gomez Vichafanye, Kate Courtney, Haley Preen, and Aaliyah Shafi. 3 different continents represented on this podium as well. And now Levi Leipheimer himself. Let's give Levi a big hand as Levi will come out to present. This is heavier than the Paris-Roubaix cobble, actually. Well, you win more money than you win at Roubaix, too, here at Levi's. So there's no way you're lifting that above your head. Or maybe the other ladies can help. They don't want any part of it. So there you go. Congratulations. Just if you can keep it from up above the ground, that's a win. Congratulations, Lauren. Hey, you know, women's sports are having a moment right now. Let's let these ladies hear how much it means as Aaliyah Shafi, Haley Preen, Kate Courtney, Sophia Gomez Vichafanye, and your champion, Lauren Stevens. That is what bike racing is all about. Congratulations, ladies. One more time for our elite women, Lauren Stevens, Sophia Gomez Vichafanye, Kate Courtney, Haley Preen, and Aaliyah Shafi. Ladies, thank you for a great show. You're no longer running Nika auctions off of the podium, Kate, I see. So, all right, we are now ready to present. We're now ready to present our elite men's podium. And I'll start by, again, of course he's hustling. This is the man himself, Carlos Perez here, that is the chief bike monkey. Carlos has done so much for this sport. And again, the great thing about Carlos is he never stops working, actually, and that's why these events are successful. I also want to thank out Hey Buddy Sierra Smith, our social media queen. Sierra does an absolutely amazing job with our social media here. And we mentioned Levi Leipheimer. Thanks for coming, Hannah. Hannah Walker joining us, doing our commentary all the way from the United Kingdom. It's such an honor to have you join us, Hannah. Thanks for coming to the U.S. So, all right. Levi, those trophies are insane. They're bigger than the Roubaix Rock. All right. Carlos has got all the champagne placed. We are ready to go with the men. All right. Well, Northern California is the home for, to be honest, a lot of the top racers in America. They always have and they always will call this part of the country home. Well, here's another great example of that. Taking 5th place today, fantastic ride from Brennan Wirtz. 5th place finisher today, riding for Scott. And Skipstone. There you go, Brennan. So that ties in well. Thanks, Brennan. Always a class act here. And now, there were some breakthrough rides here today. I tell you what, this young man has got to be feeling incredibly proud. A 4th place at Levi's. Let's honor him now. This is Logan Unger. Logan, who happens to ride for Terun Pizza, the greatest pizza on planet Earth, happens to be a celiac. Can you imagine? Yes. Get bummer, huh? So, all right. And now, but what a great sponsor they are. And I tell you what, young man, what a ride today. This is one for the future. Oh, boy. So now, that theme continues. As if you want to talk about breaking through, yeah, absolutely. But kicking the door down and collecting a $10,000 check at a bike race, well, check that box. This is your bronze medal winner. Come on up, Kent Ross. Your spot on the podium, so well earned. Someone's going to have to explain tax implications. As next up will be our silver medal winner. Now, this man is no stranger to a podium. He's a 5-time Australian national mountain bike champion, one of the top riders in America today on the gravel circuit. Certainly an honor and a pleasure to bring up the Australian strongman, Brendan Johnston, our silver medal winner here today. Well, that third place spot, if you keep dreaming, keep manifesting, that's where our winner stood last year at this event. And this year, he shocks the cycling world, taking a gold medal. The champion standard has been reached. Ladies and gentlemen, remember this moment. You're going to hear this name a lot more in the future. Today is your day. Champion Marcus Shelton. Are you still 20, Marcus? 21 years old. And on the top step here, riding for Competitive Edge Racing, biggest result in that team's history. One more time, please, for your elite men's podium. Marcus Shelton, Brendan Johnston, Kent Ross, Logan Unger, and Brennan Wirtz. Levi has our trophy. I feel like Marcus will be able to hoist this above his head. He has less confidence than I do. All right. Marcus, good luck with this. And it's... Yes! Congratulations, Marcus Shelton. And what amazingly cool. That's Bike Monkey style right there. The trophies are just another touch of elegance that Carlos and Levi bring to this event. So obviously, 3-time Amgen Tour California winner Levi Leipheimer, hard at work here now, keeping this sport going. And I tell you, this is a game-changing event. Gentlemen, I'll turn it over to you. Celebration for Marcus Shelton, Brendan Johnston, Ken Ross, Logan Unger, and Brennan Wirtz. There you go. This was well earned. Tell you what, thank goodness this isn't a stage race, as tonight we can celebrate here in Windsor. Huge thank you to Windsor for hosting this edition of Levi's GranFondo. We found the right home, that's for sure. So congratulations again, gentlemen. Very good to have you here with us. We're not done. We have plenty more podiums to present. I know our juniors are coming up next. We will have to squeegee the champagne off of the podium.
Underway the podium ceremony for the elite men's and the elite women's race. Levi Leipheimer, 2 exceptional races that we saw today. When you've got 20 minutes or so, 25 minutes to digest and just think about what we've just witnessed with both races. Won in very different manners, raced in very different ways. The beauty of cycling was clearly shown in beautiful setting here in Sonoma County. Can you try and summarize what viewers and fans and everybody has experienced today?
No, I don't think I can, but I'm super proud of our team here at the Fondo, and to be able to showcase these roads and these athletes and the race and watch it unfold in real time, and then get to see the celebration and the community and the experience that everyone has, from the family ride to the elite growler race. It's really, I get kind of choked up thinking about it.
It's goosebumps, isn't it? And in particular with the men's race, for example, seeing Marcus Shelton, who took a 3rd place last year, which was a big surprise. It was a fantastic ride, to this year, at 21 years of age, winning the Growler.
Yeah, I love to see it. I mean, last year I was so happy to see Marcus come out of kind of nowhere. Nobody really knew who he was, and he really had an amazing ride, and then to come back and to take it to the next level and win. I mean, I hope this guy, somebody give this guy a ride in Europe. I mean, he deserves it. He's super good, and if today's not proof, I don't know what is.
But these are the kind of platforms that these riders need to be able to show what they can do, their strength, to turn some heads and think, hang on a minute, this rider's consistently performing time after time, and these are the kind of events and races where you can be noticed.
Absolutely, and that makes me think about all the younger women out there that got to see Kate Courtney and Sophia and Lauren Stevens, just put it all out there and tackle that such an arduous course. It rivals any race in the world. I hope they're inspired by that and opens their eyes to what they can do.
And they should be. And even Lauren Stevens, to go and be brave to make that attack, 50 kilometers remaining, and to hold off the chase behind, and to win back-to-back victories in the Growler it's not easy to come by. And it just shows the strength of Lauren Stevens. I mean, she thanked her teammates. She knew how important her teammates with Kate and also with Kaylee were.
Exactly. They came here, they executed, and they deserve the victory. So, I'm looking forward to next year. We're going to continue to try and make it even better. And I'm super proud of our team here and happy for everyone that came to experience it, all our volunteers, sponsors, participants. Thank you so much. Yeah.
There aren't many races, events around the world where you can have such a setting where everybody can now watch the podium. They've taken on the GranFondo themselves. They can watch elite level racing and really enjoy the atmosphere. There's such, it feels such a community.
Yeah.
I come in from the UK, and I get a couple of days to be able to see the community, and it's apparent straight away, and it's a really special feeling.
I love to hear that. I mean, we've got the juniors on the podium right now. We still have people coming in from the Fondo. There's riders out there still tackling the Growler. All levels, ages, abilities, and everybody gets to experience the same thing of being joy and freedom on the bike.
And for all ages as well. Dates next year, 23rd and 24th of April 2027, right? With the GranFondo on the 24th. Same place, same location, same routes, routes for all abilities, which is the beauty of it. Levi, honestly, thank you so much for putting on such a tremendous event. Your support and giving back is really felt by the whole cycling community, and it's been an absolute honor to be here and commentate alongside you. So thank you very much for all you do for cycling, giving everybody the platform and the opportunity, but for giving everyone the pleasure to enjoy the bike.
Well, thank you, Hannah, and I look forward to doing this again with you next year.
Thank you very much. Likewise. Well, for all you watching at home, make sure you put it in your diaries. 23rd and 24th of April 2027. We look forward to seeing you here in Windsor, Sonoma County in California. We'll see you then.
When you put your hand in my jacket, I'm thinking so irrational. You flew me international now. We can spend hours reading the signals, but that's so unoriginal. What if we took this back to my house? Under all these lights, I gotta take a minute to calm down. But I feel like if I told you I was ready right this minute, do you think that it would turn you on? I just feel like you need to know. If I told you I was ready right this minute, would you just run off and tell someone? I just feel like you need to know. I don't wanna feel like we're wasting time. Tell me, should I go and call up a taxi? We can make out for a play in the backseat. Please tell me now how that all sounds. You can sleep in while I make breakfast, watch cartoons and talk about exit.